Good evening, night owls. You're listening to WNMR Nocturnal Mysteries Radio, and I'm your host, Edward Cronkite. The coffee's fresh, the storm's picking up outside, and my inbox is fuller than a cemetery on All Saints' Day. For those just tuning in, welcome to our little corner of the darkness. For my regular listeners, and I know you're out there, I can feel you in the static. You know what we're about here. Real stories from real people who've seen things that don't quite fit into the daylight world. Things that make you check your locks twice and sleep with the lights on. Tonight's theme came to me in a peculiar way. I was driving past the Walmart on Highway 9 yesterday, had to pick up some equipment batteries, when I noticed how different the place looks after the last customer leaves. Those massive glass doors standing silent, the parking lot empty except for a few employee cars, the fluorescent glow spilling out into the Kansas darkness like light from another world. Got me thinking about the folks who work when the rest of us are sleeping. The overnight stalkers, the security guards, the managers who keep America's retail empire running while we dream. They spend their shifts in places designed for thousands, but occupied by only a handful of living souls. So I sent out a call last week. Asked my listeners who work the overnight shift at big box stores to share their experiences. And let me tell you, the responses have been illuminating. The first story comes from an email I received Tuesday morning. The sender asked me to call him Mike, though I suspect that's not his real name. He works at a Walmart in Indian Plains, Kansas, one of those smaller format stores that serves rural communities across the heartland. Mike has been working the overnight shift in electronics for 3 years, ever since he graduated high school and college plans fell through. It's not glamorous work, but it pays the bills and gives him the quiet time he needs to think about his future. Let me read you what Mike shared. Edward, I've been listening to your show for about 6 months now. Your voice keeps me company during those long, quiet hours when the store feels more like a tomb than a workplace. I never thought I'd be writing to you, but after what happened 3 weeks ago, I can't keep this to myself anymore. I need to tell you about the electronics section. Our Walmart isn't huge, not like the supercenters you see in bigger cities. It's one of those older formats, built in the early 2000s when the company was still figuring out their expansion strategy. The electronics department sits in the back corner, past the pharmacy, and adjacent to the automotive section. During the day, it's busy enough, folks buying phones, headphones, video games for their kids. But at night, when I'm restocking and organizing, it becomes something else entirely. The first thing you need to understand is the layout. We've got about 40 television displays mounted on the wall, everything from 32-inch models to those massive 75-inch monsters that cost more than most people's cars. During operating hours, they're all tuned to different channels. News, sports, some kids' programming, creates this constant background noise that somehow makes the space feel alive. But at night, corporate policy requires us to switch everything to a single demo loop. Blue screens, test patterns, maybe some stock footage of landscapes or cityscapes. Nothing with audio. The silence is unsettling. I'd been working there about 18 months when I first noticed something was off. It was a Tuesday night in October. I remember because we'd just finished setting up the Halloween displays, and there were these inflatable decorations scattered throughout the store that would randomly activate their motion sensors. Scared the hell out of me more than once. I was working alone in electronics, arranging the latest smartphone accessories, when the overhead lights started flickering. Not unusual. The electrical system in that old building was always having issues. But as I reached up to adjust one of the display models, I heard something that made my blood freeze. Whispering. Soft, barely audible, coming from somewhere behind me. At first, I thought it might be the heating system. Old buildings make all kinds of noises. But as I stood perfectly still, straining to listen, the sound became clearer. "Is anyone watching me?" The voice was thin, reedy. Could have been male or female. It was hard to tell, but it was definitely human, definitely speaking words. I spun around, expecting to see a customer who'd somehow gotten locked in after closing, or maybe Dave from receiving playing a prank on me. The electronics section was empty. I stood there for maybe 2 minutes, heart hammering against my ribs, waiting for the voice to come again. Nothing. Just the hum of the refrigeration units from the grocery section, and the distant drone of the floor buffers the cleaning crew used in the front of the store. I convinced myself I'd imagined it. Late night shifts play tricks on your mind. Every overnight worker knows that. The human brain isn't designed to be alert and active at 3 in the morning. Audio hallucinations aren't uncommon when you're sleep deprived and working in an environment full of electronic equipment. I went back to my work, arranging phone cases and tablet covers, trying to shake off the unease that had settled in my chest like a cold weight. That's when I noticed the television displays. They were all showing the same demo loop, cascading waterfalls, time-lapse footage of clouds rolling over mountains, that sort of thing. Standard corporate-approved content. But on the largest screen, the 75-inch model that served as the centerpiece of our display, something was different. The image was there, the same waterfall sequence playing on all the other screens. But superimposed over it, faint but unmistakable, was the outline of a person. A figure standing with their back to the camera, perfectly still against the flowing water. I rubbed my eyes, blinked hard, looked again. The figure was still there. "Can you see me now?" The whisper came again, closer this time. And I realized with a sick certainty that it was coming from the speakers of that 75-inch display. I grabbed the remote from behind the counter, my hands shaking so badly I could barely press the buttons. I cycled through the inputs: cable, satellite, the store's internal feed. The figure remained on the screen no matter what source I selected. Always the same pose, always standing with their back turned. "I've been waiting so long for someone to notice." The voice was clearer now, coming through the speakers with perfect clarity despite the volume being set to 0. I could hear the sadness in it, a kind of desperate loneliness that made my throat tighten. I should have called my supervisor, should have radioed for Dave or contacted the overnight manager. Instead, I found myself moving closer to the screen, drawn by something I couldn't name. The figure on the screen began to turn. Slowly, like someone moving underwater, the shadow person rotated to face me. I couldn't make out features. It was more like a silhouette cut from black paper and pasted onto the video feed. But I could feel its attention focused on me with laser-like intensity. "You can see me," the voice said. And there was such relief in those 4 words that I felt tears prick the corners of my eyes. "You're the first person who's seen me in so long." "Who are you?" I whispered back, feeling foolish but unable to stop myself. The figure on the screen tilted its head, a gesture so achingly human, it made my chest ache. "I don't remember my name," it said. "I remember working here, stocking these same shelves, helping customers choose between different models. But the details, they're fading. Everything's fading except the loneliness." I looked around the electronics section with new eyes. How many employees had worked here over the years? How many had spent long, solitary hours arranging inventory under these fluorescent lights? "Are you dead?" The question felt absurd, leaving my lips, but I had to ask. "I think so," the figure replied. I remember finishing my shift one night, driving home in the snow. The roads were icy and there was this truck that ran a red light. When I woke up, I was here, but nobody could see me anymore. Nobody could hear me. I've been trying to get someone's attention for I don't know how long. Time works differently when you're like this. The other television screens began to flicker. One by one, they switched from their demo loops to static-filled displays. In each screen, more figures began to appear. Dozens of them, all standing in various poses throughout what looked like an endless electronics department. "We're all here," the original voice said, joined now by a chorus of whispers coming from every speaker in the section. Everyone who spent their nights in this place, who gave pieces of themselves to keep the shelves stocked and the customers happy. I backed away from the displays, my rational mind screaming that this couldn't be happening. Mass hallucination, carbon monoxide poisoning, some kind of prank using hidden cameras and speakers. There had to be a logical explanation. But as I retreated, I felt something I'd never experienced in 3 years of overnight shifts. The weight of invisible eyes watching me. The electronics section, which had always felt merely empty during the night hours, now felt populated by a crowd of observers I couldn't see. "Don't go!" the voices pleaded in unison. "Don't leave us alone again!" I ran. I abandoned my shift, grabbed my jacket from the break room, and drove straight home. Called in sick the next day, and the day after that. When I finally returned to work, I requested a transfer to the grocery section. Told my supervisor I'd developed some kind of phobia about electronic equipment. The transfer went through without question. Overnight positions are hard to fill, and management was happy to accommodate me as long as I stayed with the company. But I couldn't stay away from the electronics section entirely. My new duties required me to walk past it several times each shift, and every time I did, I felt that weight of attention. The television displays were always showing their standard demo content. But if I looked closely, really closely, I could sometimes see the faint outlines of figures standing within the screens. And sometimes, late in the shift when the store was at its quietest, I could hear them whispering to each other. Planning, maybe, or just taking comfort in each other's company. I've been thinking about quitting, finding a day job, getting out of retail altogether. But part of me worries about the others who work here. The new guy they hired to replace me in electronics, Kevin, seems like a good kid. Young, enthusiastic, the kind of person who takes pride in his work. Last week, I saw him standing in front of the television wall during his break, staring at the largest screen with an expression I recognized. The same mix of fascination and fear I'd felt that night when I first heard the whispers. When I asked him about it later, he just shrugged and said he thought he'd seen something weird in one of the displays, probably just a glitch in the demo feed. I wanted to warn him, but what would I say? That the electronics section is haunted by the ghosts of dead retail workers? That the television show more than just stock footage and advertisements? Instead, I just told him to be careful working alone at night, to trust his instincts if something felt wrong. I don't think he understood what I meant. Not yet. But he will. Mike's email ended there, but he included a phone number and asked me to call if I had questions. I did call, 3 days ago. The number had been disconnected. I reached out to the Walmart in Indian Plains, Kansas, asking about a Mike who'd worked electronics overnight. The manager I spoke with confirmed they'd had an employee by that name, but he'd left the company about 6 weeks ago. No forwarding address, no reason given for his departure. She did mention something interesting, though. They'd had to replace all the television displays in electronics recently. Something about persistent technical issues. Screens showing strange images. Audio coming through speakers, even when the volume was muted. Corporate sent a technical team, but they couldn't find anything wrong with the equipment. The new displays work perfectly, she assured me. No technical problems at all. But when I asked about the overnight electronics position, she paused for a long moment before telling me they were having trouble keeping that shift filled. 3 employees in the past 2 months, all requesting transfers or leaving the company entirely. Night shift retail isn't for everyone, she said. But there was something in her voice that suggested she knew there was more to the story. As I sit here in my studio, surrounded by my own electronic equipment, mixing boards, monitors, the very microphone I'm speaking into right now, I can't help but wonder about all the places where technology and human loneliness intersect. How many cash registers have been operated by tired, desperate people counting down the minutes until they could go home? How many security cameras have watched over empty stores while solitary employees went through the motions of their shifts? And how many of those people, worn down by years of fluorescent lighting and customer service, might have left something of themselves behind in the places where they spent the majority of their waking hours? The rain started now, tapping against the studio windows like fingers asking to come in. It's 10:47, and we've got a long night ahead of us. More stories from the late shift workers of America's retail landscape. More voices from the spaces between closing time and dawn. But first, let me share something that happened just this afternoon. I was testing the studio equipment, running through sound checks, when one of my monitors flickered and showed a brief image that shouldn't have been there. Just for a second, barely long enough to register, I saw the silhouette of a figure standing in what looked like a store aisle, reaching toward the screen as if trying to push through from the other side. When I checked the input feeds, everything was normal, just the standard background displays we use between programming segments. Still, thus, I've decided to leave the lights on in the studio tonight, and I've been avoiding looking directly at the monitors unless absolutely necessary. Some things I'm learning are better left unseen. We'll be right back after this brief station identification. And remember, night owls, if you've got a story that needs telling, a truth that's been keeping you awake in the small hours, I'm here to listen. The darkness doesn't have to be faced alone. This is WNMR, Nocturnal Mysteries Radio, and I'm Edward Cronkite. The coffee's strong, the night is long, and the stories are just beginning. The storm's really picked up now, listeners. I can hear branches scraping against the roof of the station, and the power's flickered twice in the past 10 minutes. But we're still here, still broadcasting into the void, and the stories keep coming. While I was reading Mike's account, my email chimed with 3 new messages. Word travels fast in the overnight retail community, it seems. News that someone's finally talking about the things that happen after the doors lock for the night. This next story arrived just 2 hours ago, sent from a truck stop somewhere outside Buffalo. The sender identified herself as Linda Reeves, and her message was brief. I heard you talking about the Walmart employee on the radio. I've got my own story. Can I call you? I gave her the studio number, and we spoke for nearly an hour. Linda's voice carried the particular weariness that comes from years of late-night customer service. That slightly hoarse quality you get from saying, "Have a nice day," 1,000 times when you don't really mean it. She's worked retail for 15 years, bouncing between different chains before settling into a cashier position at the Walmart in Orchard Park, New York. Night shift, naturally. The kind of job that pays the bills but slowly hollows you out from the inside. Linda's story takes place at the customer service desk. You know the one. that island of returns and complaints that sits near the front entrance, equipped with multiple registers, a lottery machine, and enough paperwork to choke a horse. During the day, it's chaos. Customers returning items without receipts, arguing about expired coupons, demanding to speak to managers about policies they don't understand. But at night, when the service desk is closed and the registers are powered down, it becomes something else entirely. Let me share what Linda told me in her own words. Edward, I want to start by saying I'm not the kind of person who believes in ghosts. Never have been. My mom used to tell stories about spirits and hauntings when I saw growing up, but I always figured they were just old wives' tales, something to scare kids into behaving. But what happened to me 3 weeks ago, I don't know how else to explain it. I'd been working the closing shift. We shut down customer service at 9 p.m., but someone has to stay until 10 to handle the final register counts and secure the cash drawers. It's usually me and maybe one other person, depending on staffing. This particular night, I was alone. Janet had called in sick, and management decided they could get by with just one person handling the closing procedures. Not unusual. Corporate's always looking for ways to cut labor costs. The store had been unusually quiet that evening. Maybe it was the weather. There was a winter storm warning in effect, and most people were smart enough to stay home. We'd only had a handful of customers in the last 2 hours, and by 9:30, the place felt like a tomb. I was working through my checklist, counting down the registers and filling out the deposit slips, when I noticed something odd. You know how when you're working alone in a big space, you develop this awareness of your surroundings? Like a sixth sense that tells you when something's changed? The air behind me felt different, colder, like someone had opened a door to the outside, except all the entrances were locked and secured. I turned around, expecting to see maybe Dave from overnight maintenance or one of the stockers taking a shortcut through the front of the store. But there was nobody there, just the empty customer service area, with its rows of chairs for people waiting in line, and the bulletin board covered in corporate announcements nobody ever reads. I went back to my counting, but the cold sensation persisted. Got worse, actually. It felt like standing in front of an open refrigerator, that sharp artificial chill that makes your skin prickle. That's when I heard the breathing, slow, deliberate inhalation and exhalation coming from somewhere directly behind me. Close enough that I should have been able to feel warm breath on the back of my neck, but instead, each exhale sent a wave of frigid air across my shoulders. I spun around fast enough to make my chair squeak, heart hammering against my ribs. Nothing. The customer service area was empty, exactly as it had been moments before. But the cold was more intense now, concentrated in a space about 6 feet behind where I'd been sitting. I could actually see my breath in that one spot, like a little cloud of vapor hanging in the air. "Hello?" I called out, feeling stupid but needing to do something. "Is someone there?" The breathing stopped. I stood there for maybe 30 seconds, straining to hear any sound that might explain what I'd experienced. The store was quiet, except for the usual background noise, refrigeration units humming, security cameras whirring as they rotated, the distant sound of the overnight crew working in grocery. Just as I was starting to convince myself I'd imagined the whole thing, I heard a sound that made my blood freeze, a scanner beeping, one of the handheld units we keep at customer service for price checks and returns, the distinctive double beep that means it's successfully read a barcode. I looked at the counter where we keep the scanner units plugged into their charging stations. All four were sitting exactly where they should be, powered down for the night. None of them were in use. But I could hear it clear as day. Beep, 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 beep. Like someone was methodically scanning items at an invisible register. The cold spot behind me intensified, and I could swear I heard the rustle of plastic bags, the soft thud of items being placed in a shopping cart. All the sounds of a normal checkout transaction, except there was nobody there to make them. I grabbed my radio to call for backup. Protocol requires us to report any unusual activity to the overnight supervisor. But before I could key the mic, the scanning sound stopped, and I heard something that made my throat close up with terror. A voice, thin and reedy, coming from the empty space behind the customer service counter. "Excuse me, miss, I need to return this." I turned toward the sound, and for just a moment, maybe 2 or 3 seconds, I saw her. An elderly woman, probably in her 70s, standing at the returns counter with a shopping bag clutched in her arthritic hands. She was wearing a faded blue dress and white sneakers, the kind of outfit you see on grandmother types who've been shopping at Walmart since it opened. But there was something wrong with her. Her skin had a waxy, translucent quality, like old candle wax, and her eyes were completely black, not just the pupils, but the entire visible surface, like looking into 2 holes cut in her face. "I bought this last week," she continued, her voice echoing strangely in the empty store. "But when I got home, I realized I didn't need it anymore." She reached into the shopping bag and pulled out something I couldn't quite see clearly. It kept shifting and blurring, like trying to focus on something underwater. But I could smell it. A sharp, chemical odor mixed with something organic and rotten. "Do you have your receipt?" I heard myself ask, my customer service training kicking in despite the impossibility of what I was seeing. The woman smiled, revealing teeth that were too sharp and too numerous for a human mouth. "Oh, honey," she said, "I don't think receipts matter where I'm going." And then she was gone. Not fading away gradually or walking off, just gone, like someone had switched off a television. The customer service area was empty again, the temperature returned to normal, and the only sound was my own ragged breathing. I stood there for maybe 10 minutes, trying to process what had just happened. Hallucination seemed like the most logical explanation. I'd been working long hours, drinking too much coffee, not getting enough sleep. The mind plays tricks when you're exhausted and isolated. But when I finally worked up the courage to check the returns counter, I found something that made my hands shake. A wet footprint on the floor, small, narrow, like it had been made by an elderly woman wearing sneakers. And next to it, a shopping bag, the cheap plastic kind we give out at checkout. Inside the bag was a single item, a sympathy card. One of those generic ones from the greeting card aisle, with flowers on the front and "with deepest condolences" printed in elegant script. The card was addressed to Linda Reeves, my name, written in shaky handwriting with a blue ballpoint pen. Inside, someone had written a message. "Thank you for helping me with my final transaction. Some purchases can't be returned." I dropped the card like it was on fire and backed away from the counter, grabbed my purse and keys and ran for the exit, not bothering to finish the closing procedures or secure the registers. Let management write me up. I wasn't staying in that store for another second. I drove home with every light in my car on, checking the rearview mirror constantly for passengers I knew weren't there. When I got to my apartment, I deadbolted the door and checked every room twice before I was satisfied I was alone. The next morning, I called in sick, told my supervisor I was having car trouble and needed a personal day. Spent the time researching the history of our store location, trying to find some explanation for what I'd experienced. What I found made everything worse. The Walmart in Orchard Park was built on the site of a former nursing home. Sunset Manor, it was called. Operated from 1967 to 1998 before being shut down due to health code violations and accusations of patient neglect. 7 residents died during the final year of operation, all elderly women, all under circumstances that the state investigation deemed suspicious but not criminal. One of those women was named Dorothy Henley. According to the newspaper reports I found, she died alone in her room on a Tuesday night in March 1998. The staff found her the next morning clutching a shopping bag filled with personal items she'd apparently been trying to organize. Her obituary mentioned that she'd been a regular customer at various retail stores throughout her life, that shopping had been one of her few remaining pleasures during her final years at Sunset Manor. The accompanying photograph showed a woman in her 70s, wearing a faded blue dress and white sneakers. I took the rest of the week off, used up all my sick days and some vacation time. When I finally went back to work, I requested a transfer to the day shift, told them I needed regular hours for health reasons. The transfer took a month to process, and during that time, I had to keep working the closing shift at customer service. Every night, I felt that cold presence behind me. Every night, I heard the phantom scanning sounds and the rustle of invisible shopping bags. But I never saw the woman again, not directly. Sometimes, though, when I was counting down the registers, I'd catch a glimpse of movement in my peripheral vision. A figure standing at the returns counter, patiently waiting in line that would never move forward. And occasionally I'd find items that shouldn't have been there. A tube of denture cream left on the counter, a bottle of arthritis medication tucked behind the lottery machine, a sympathy card tucked into the cash drawer, always addressed to whoever was working that shift. The day shift transfer finally came through 2 weeks ago. I work mornings now, 6 a.m. to 2 p.m., when the store is bright and busy and full of living customers making normal purchases. But I still drive past the store sometimes at night just to see if anything looks different. Last week, I noticed something that made me pull over and call you. The customer service area was lit up, even though it should have been closed and dark. And through the windows, I could see a line of people waiting at the returns counter. Elderly people, mostly women, all carrying shopping bags and standing patiently in a queue that stretched back toward the pharmacy. They were all wearing the same expression, that particular look of confused frustration you see on the faces of nursing home residents who can't quite remember where they are or what they're supposed to be doing. As I watched, the line moved forward one position, like someone at the front had just completed their transaction. But I couldn't see anyone behind the counter helping them. I drove home and didn't look back. Edward, I don't know what's happening at that store, do you? But I think it's getting worse. The new girl they hired to replace me on nights, Casey, I think her name is, already looks worn down, and she's only been there 2 weeks. When I saw her last, she had these dark circles under her eyes and kept glancing over her shoulder like she expected someone to be following her. I wanted to warn her, but what would I say? That the customer service desk is haunted by the ghosts of nursing home residents who died 25 years ago? That some customers never really leave, they just keep trying to return things they don't need anymore? She wouldn't believe me. Hell, I wouldn't have believed me 6 months ago. But I can't shake the feeling that Dorothy Henley and the others aren't malicious. They're not trying to hurt anyone. They're just confused, stuck in a routine they can't break free from. They live their final years being processed through institutions, their individuality stripped away until they were just names on charts, and problems to be managed. And now they're stuck in another kind of institution, still trying to return the remnants of lives they can barely remember having lived. I keep that sympathy card in my purse now. The one I found that first night, with my name written in shaky handwriting. Sometimes I take it out and read the message. Thank you for helping me with my final transaction. Some purchases can't be returned. I think about Dorothy Henley, alone in her nursing home room with a shopping bag full of personal items, trying to organize a life that was already slipping away from her. And I wonder if maybe the reason she keeps coming back to that customer service counter isn't because she wants to return something. Maybe she's trying to reclaim something, something that was taken from her before she was ready to let it go. Her dignity, her humanity, her right to be seen and heard and treated like a person instead of just another problem to be processed. And maybe that's something that can never really be returned, no matter how many times you stand in line and wait your turn. Linda's voice had gotten quieter as she told her story, until I could barely hear her over the static of the long-distance connection. When she finished, there was a long pause before she spoke again. I just wanted someone to know, she said, in case something happens to Casey or whoever they hire next. These people, these customers, they're not trying to hurt anyone. They're just lost, and they don't know how to find their way home. The line went dead before I could respond. I've been thinking about Linda's story while the rain hammers against the studio windows, about nursing homes and retail stores, about the places where we warehouse people who've outlived their usefulness to society, about the way institutions strip away individuality until we're all just numbers in a system, bodies to be processed and managed, and eventually disposed of. And I can't help but wonder, in a world where customer service has become an oxymoron, where human interaction is increasingly replaced by self-checkout machines and automated systems, what happens to all that accumulated longing for connection? All those desperate attempts to be seen and heard and treated with basic dignity? Maybe it doesn't just disappear. Maybe it pools in the corners of these vast commercial spaces, building up like sediment until it takes on a life of its own. The clock on my desk reads 11:23. We're still deep in the heart of the overnight hours, when the boundary between the living and the departed becomes thin as tissue paper. And I've got more stories to share, more voices from the fluorescent-lit trenches of American retail. But first, let me tell you something that happened while Linda was telling her story. My studio monitor, the one that shows the station ID and emergency broadcast information, flickered and displayed something that shouldn't have been there. A customer service queue number, now serving customer 47. The display held for maybe 10 seconds before returning to normal. But in those 10 seconds, I could swear I heard the faint sound of a scanner beeping, echoing through the empty corridors of the radio station. I checked with our technical staff this morning. According to their logs, all systems were functioning normally last night. No unusual activity, no unexplained data feeds. But I'm looking at my coffee cup right now, and I can see my breath in the air above it, even though the studio thermostat reads 72 degrees. Some transactions, it seems, are never really complete. This is WNMR, and I'm Edward Cronkite. The night is still young, the stories are still coming, and somewhere out there, in the vast cathedral of American commerce, the overnight shift continues its lonely vigil. We'll be right back with more tales from the retail underground, because when the doors lock and the lights dim, that's when the real customers come out to shop. You know, folks, in all my years behind this microphone, I've learned to recognize the difference between a story someone wants to tell and a story someone needs to tell. The first kind arrives via email, carefully composed and edited, polished until it shines like a new penny. The second kind? Well, the second kind shows up on your doorstep at 3 in the morning, scrawled on bar napkins or recorded on scratchy voicemails that sound like confessions. This next story falls into that second category. It came to me in the form of a handwritten letter delivered to the station 3 days ago by someone who clearly didn't trust the postal service with his words. The envelope was unmarked except for my name written in block letters across the front. And inside I found 6 pages of notebook paper covered in the kind of desperate handwriting you see in police interrogation rooms. The letter was signed C. Valdez, but at the bottom, someone had scratched out that name and written Carlos in different ink, like the author had changed his mind about how much of himself he wanted to reveal. Carlos worked as a maintenance technician for a Walmart in Phoenix, Arizona. Not the glamorous side of retail, but essential work. Keeping the lights on, the air conditioning running, the fire safety systems operational. The kind of job that keeps you in the bowels of the building while customers shop above your head, oblivious to the infrastructure that makes their convenience possible. According to his letter, Carlos had been with the company for 8 years, long enough to know every pipe, wire, and ventilation shaft in the building. He took pride in his work, he wrote, in keeping the machinery humming smoothly so that families could shop in comfort and safety. But 2 months ago, something changed. Something that made him question everything he thought he knew about the building where he'd spent nearly a decade of his life. Let me read you what Carlos wrote, exactly as he put it down on paper. Mr. Cronkite, I don't know if you'll believe what I'm about to tell you, but I had to write it down. Had to get it out of my head before it drives me completely crazy. I've been listening to your show for years, ever since I started working the overnight maintenance shift. Your voice keeps me company when I'm down in the mechanical rooms, checking systems and running diagnostics. Always figured the stories you read were just that, stories. Fiction dressed up to sound real, entertainment for insomniacs and night shift workers like me. I don't think that anymore. What I'm about to tell you happened 6 weeks ago, but I've been carrying it around like a weight in my chest ever since. Every time I close my eyes, I see it again. Every time I'm alone in the building, I feel it watching me. It was a Tuesday night in early September, about 2:30 in the morning. Phoenix in September is still hot as hell, so our HVAC systems were running at maximum capacity. I was doing my routine inspection of the emergency ventilation system, the one that's supposed to activate if there's a fire or chemical leak. Most people don't realize that big box stores like Walmart have extensive emergency infrastructure, fire suppression systems, emergency lighting, battery-powered exit signs, the works. It's all regulated by the fire department and has to be inspected monthly. That was my job, making sure everything would work if the worst happened. The emergency ventilation controls are located in the basement level, in a section of the building that customers never see. It's not really a basement in the traditional sense, more like a crawl space that's been expanded to house mechanical equipment. Low ceilings, concrete floors, the constant hum of machinery keeping the store above running smoothly. I'd been down there maybe 20 minutes, checking pressure gauges and testing backup batteries, when I heard the first alarm. Not a fire alarm, I would have recognized that immediately. This was different. A low, rhythmic beeping coming from the emergency exit monitoring system. Each exit door in the building has sensors that detect if it's been opened after hours. Usually it's just employees taking smoke breaks or maintenance staff moving equipment. but protocol requires me to investigate any after-hours activation. I checked my handheld monitor, which shows the status of all emergency exits throughout the building. According to the display, Exit 7 had been triggered, the rear emergency door near the automotive section. But that was impossible. I just walked past that area on my way to the basement, and the door was secured with an alarm bar, just like always. Plus, the overnight crew was working in grocery on the opposite side of the store. Nobody should have been anywhere near Exit 7. I grabbed my flashlight and radio and headed back upstairs to investigate. The route from the basement to the automotive section takes you through a maze of storage areas and employee corridors, the hidden arteries of the building that customers never see. As I walked, I noticed something odd. The air was getting colder, not the artificial cold of air conditioning, but something else. A sharp chemical chill that made my nose burn and my eyes water. By the time I reached the automotive section, the cold was so intense I could see my breath. And there was a smell, acrid and metallic like electrical equipment overheating, mixed with something else, something organic and wrong. Exit 7 was exactly where it should be, exactly as I'd left it. The alarm bar was in place, the door was closed and locked, but the emergency light above it was flashing red, indicating that the door had been opened within the last hour. I keyed my radio to report the false alarm, but before I could speak, I heard footsteps. Quick, light steps coming from the direction of the emergency exit, like someone running in soft-soled shoes. But when I turned toward the sound, the corridor was empty. That's when I saw it. The emergency exit door was opening, not quickly, like someone pushing through it. Slowly, deliberately, like invisible hands were carefully testing the alarm bar. The gap widened inch by inch, and through it, I could see the loading dock area outside. Empty concrete illuminated by security lights. But there was something else coming through that door. A shadow that didn't match any object in the outside area. Long and narrow, like a person stretched thin, sliding through the gap before the door had opened wide enough for a human body to pass. The shadow hit the floor of the corridor and seemed to compress, taking on the proportions of a normal human silhouette. Then it began to move, not walking, but gliding across the polished concrete like oil flowing downhill. I stood frozen, flashlight beam wavering as my hands shook. The shadow passed within 6 feet of where I was standing, and as it did, the temperature dropped another 10 degrees. My breath came out in thick clouds, and frost began forming on the nearby fire extinguisher. The shadow paused directly in front of me. I couldn't see features. It was just a human-shaped absence of light, darker than the surrounding darkness. But I could feel its attention focused on me with surgical precision, like being examined by something that was trying to decide whether I was a threat or an opportunity. "You're not supposed to be here," I heard myself whisper. The shadow tilted its head, a gesture so achingly human, it made my chest tighten with unexpected sympathy. Then it pointed toward the emergency exit, which was now standing wide open despite the alarm system. That's when I heard the screaming, not human screaming, something else. High-pitched and electronic, like feedback from an overloaded speaker system. It was coming from the direction the shadow had indicated, from somewhere beyond the emergency exit. I looked back at where the shadow had been standing, but it was gone, vanished like smoke in a strong wind. Only the cold remained, and that acidic smell that was getting stronger by the second. Against every instinct I had, I moved toward the open emergency exit. The screaming sound was louder now, mixed with other noises, crackling, like flames consuming dry wood, and a rhythmic thumping that might have been a heart beating or machinery running out of control. I stepped through the doorway onto the loading dock and immediately understood why the shadow had been pointing. The concrete pad was covered with scorch marks, long, sweeping burns that looked like someone had been dragged across the surface while on fire. They started at the far end of the dock and ran straight to the emergency exit, as if something burning had fled into the building seeking help or shelter. But that wasn't the worst part. The worst part was the outline burned into the concrete near the door, a perfect silhouette of a human body, arms outstretched, mouth open in a scream, like the shadow of someone who'd been vaporized by intense heat, leaving only their image burned into the ground. I knelt beside the burn mark and touched the concrete. It was still warm. That's when my radio crackled to life with a voice I didn't recognize, thin and distorted, like someone speaking through a broken speaker. "Help me," the voice said. "Please, someone help me. I can't get out." I spun around, looking for the source of the transmission, but the loading dock was empty except for the burn marks and the lingering smell of smoke. "Who is this?" I radioed back. "What's your location?" Static for a few seconds, then, "I'm trapped. The smoke. There's so much smoke. I can't find the exit." The voice was getting weaker, more distorted. In the background, I could hear crackling flames and the sound of things falling. Ceiling tiles, maybe, or shelving units collapsing. "Where are you?" I shouted into the radio. "I'm at emergency exit 7. Can you see the light?" "I can see it," the voice whispered, so bright. "But I can't reach it. Every time I try to get close, I end up back where I started." I ran back into the building, following the scorch marks that continued down the corridor. They led past the automotive section, through the employee break room, and into the main shopping area. The trail was easy to follow, perfect footprints burned into the floor, spaced at regular intervals like someone had been running for their life. The marks ended at the electronics section, right in front of the television display wall. But they didn't just end. They formed a perfect circle, maybe 8 feet in diameter, with the footprints overlapping as if someone had been running in circles, trapped in an endless loop. At the center of the circle, the floor was burned completely black. And in that blackened space, I could see the faint outline of a person lying face down, arms stretched toward the edge of the circle like they'd been trying to crawl out. My radio crackled again, but this time the voice was different, clearer, sad rather than panicked. "I remember now," it said. "The fire. I was trying to get to the exit, but the smoke was so thick. I got turned around, kept running in circles. The heat. God, the heat." I looked around the electronics section, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. The television displays were all dark, the demo loops shut down for the night. But one screen, the largest one, mounted at eye level in the center of the wall, was showing something that shouldn't have been there. Security camera footage, black and white, grainy, with a timestamp in the corner that read 03/15/2003. The image showed the main shopping area of what looked like the same Walmart, but different somehow, older. The layout was wrong, and there were fixtures and displays I didn't recognize. In the footage, I could see thick smoke pouring from the ceiling, obscuring most of the frame. Emergency lights were flashing, and I could make out the shapes of people running toward the exits, all except one. In the center of the frame, a figure was running in circles near the electronics section, around and around the same path, over and over. Every time they approached what should have been a clear route to safety, they seemed to get disoriented and turn back toward the center. The footage ran for maybe 2 minutes before cutting to static. When it cleared, the timestamp read 03/15/2003, 3:47 a.m. The smoke had cleared, and the shopping area was empty except for fire damage and the burn marks on the floor. And in the center of those burn marks, a body. "That's me," the voice on my radio whispered. "I'm still there, aren't I? Still running in circles, trying to find a way out." I grabbed my phone and Googled Walmart Phoenix Fire 2003 with shaking fingers. The results made my blood freeze. March 15th, 2003. Electrical fire in the Phoenix Walmart on Camelback Road, the same building where I'd been working for 8 years. One fatality. Maria Santos, 34, overnight maintenance worker. She'd been performing routine inspections when the fire broke out. Her body was found in the electronics section, apparently overcome by smoke while trying to reach an emergency exit. The fire had been contained quickly, and the store reopened 6 months later after extensive renovations. Most customers and employees never knew about the tragedy. It wasn't the kind of thing corporate liked to advertise. But Maria Santos was still there, still trying to escape a fire that had been extinguished 20 years ago. I keyed my radio one more time. "Maria? Is that your name?" Silence for a long moment. Then, "Yes, Maria Santos. I worked here. I was just trying to do my job." "The fire's out, Maria. It's been out for 20 years. You're safe now." "But I can still smell the smoke," she said. "I can still feel the heat. And I can't find the exit. I keep running, but I always end up back where I started." I looked at the burn marks on the floor, at the television screen still showing static, at the emergency exit that had opened by itself to let her shadow pass through. "Maybe you're not supposed to find the exit," I said. "Maybe you're supposed to help others find it." The radio was quiet for so long I thought the connection had been lost. Then, very softly, "Help others? You know this building better than anyone," I told her. "You know where all the exits are, where all the safety equipment is located. Maybe that's why you're still here, to help people when they need it most." The temperature in the electronics section began to return to normal. The scorch marks on the floor seemed to fade slightly, and the largest television screen flickered back to its normal demo loop. I remember," Maria's voice said, clearer now and less distorted. "I remember why I became a maintenance worker, to keep people safe, to make sure the systems worked when they needed them. They still need you, Maria. Maybe not the way you thought, but they need you." The radio went quiet, but I could feel something change in the air around me. The oppressive weight of trapped desperation had lifted, replaced by something else. Purpose, maybe. Or peace. I finished my inspection shift without any more incidents. The emergency exit sealed itself properly, the alarm system reset to normal, and the building felt different. Still empty, still full of shadows, but no longer haunted by panic and confusion. But I can't stop thinking about Maria Santos, about the 20 years she spent running in circles, trying to escape a fire that existed only in her memory. About all the nights she must have activated that emergency exit, not because she was trying to get out, but because she was trying to help someone else get in. How many overnight workers has she guided to safety during emergencies we never knew about? How many times has she tested our safety systems, making sure they were ready when real danger threatened? I've started leaving little offerings near the emergency exits during my rounds. A fresh cup of coffee by exit 7, a sandwich near the loading dock. They're always gone by morning, and I like to think Maria appreciates the gesture. The other maintenance workers have started commenting on how well our emergency systems have been functioning lately. No false alarms, no equipment failures, everything working exactly as designed. I just smile and tell them we've got a good guardian angel looking out for us. Because that's what she is now. Not a trapped spirit running in circles, but a protector, making sure that what happened to her never happens to anyone else. Mr. Cronkite, I don't know if this story will make sense to your listeners. I don't know if they'll believe that the dead can find peace by serving the living, but I wanted to share it because I think Maria would want people to know. She's still here, still doing her job. And because of her, we're all a little bit safer. Thank you for listening, Carlos Valdez. I set down Carlos's letter and took a long sip of coffee, trying to process what I'd just read. In the past 3 weeks, I've received dozens of stories from retail workers, but this one feels different. Not because it's more or less believable than the others, but because it offers something the others don't: hope. The idea that our departed colleagues aren't just trapped in endless loops of their former routines, but can find purpose and peace by continuing to serve others. It's almost beautiful, in a way. I decided to do some research of my own. A quick search confirmed Carlos's facts. Maria Santos, 34, did die in a fire at the Phoenix Walmart in March 2003. The official report listed the cause as smoke inhalation and noted that she'd been found in the electronics section despite clear exit routes being available elsewhere in the building. What the report didn't mention was that Maria had been with the company for less than 6 months when she died. She'd taken the overnight maintenance job to support her 2 young children after her husband left. According to her supervisor's statement, she'd been one of the most dedicated workers he'd ever managed, always the first to volunteer for extra shifts, always going above and beyond to ensure customer and employee safety. But here's what really caught my attention. I found 3 separate incident reports from the Phoenix Walmart over the past 5 years. Equipment malfunctions that could have resulted in serious injuries, or worse, all discovered and corrected during overnight maintenance checks. In each case, the problem was found by whoever was working Maria's old shift, always in time to prevent disaster. Carlos isn't the only one who's noticed the improved safety record. The store's current maintenance supervisor told me they haven't had a single serious safety violation since 2018. Unusual for a building that old. "It's like someone's watching over the place," he said. "Systems that should be failing are running perfectly. Emergency equipment that should need replacement keeps functioning like new. I've never seen anything like it." Neither have I, folks. But I'm starting to understand that death doesn't always end our capacity to care for each other. Sometimes it just changes the methods we use to express that care. The rain's still coming down hard outside the studio, and I can hear thunder rolling across the Kansas plains. Perfect weather for stories about the thin places where the living and the departed still touch each other's lives. It's 12:15 a.m., and we're deep in the witching hours now. Time for another tale from the fluorescent-lit trenches of overnight retail. Another voice from the spaces where commerce and mystery intersect. But first, let me share something that happened while I was reading Carlos's letter on air. The emergency exit light in our studio hallway, the one that's been dark for months and scheduled for repair, suddenly flickered to life. Bright, steady, perfectly functional. Our engineer checked it this morning and said the bulb and battery were both completely dead. Should have been impossible for it to illuminate. But I have a feeling I know who might have been testing our safety systems last night, making sure we were protected while we shared her story with the world. Thank you, Maria. Wherever you are, whatever form your watch has taken, thank you for keeping us safe. This is Edward Cronkite, and you're listening to WNNMR, Nocturnal Mysteries Radio. The night is still young, the stories keep coming, and somewhere in the darkness, dedicated souls continue their endless rounds, making sure the rest of us can sleep peacefully. We'll be right back after this brief message. And remember, if you're working the overnight shift right now, listening to my voice through the lonely hours, you're not alone. You never know who might be watching over you, making sure you make it safely through until dawn. The phone's been ringing all night, folks. Word spreads fast in the tight-knit community of overnight retail workers, and it seems like everyone has a story they've been carrying around, waiting for someone to believe them. This next call came in about 20 minutes ago while I was shuffling through emails and trying to decide which story to share next. The caller ID showed a number from California, and when I answered, I heard the unmistakable sounds of a truck stop at 3 a.m., diesel engines idling, the distant hiss of air brakes, and underneath it all, the hollow echo of a payphone booth. Is this Edward Cronkite? The voice was young, female, with the particular exhaustion that comes from working too many consecutive night shifts. The guy on the radio who talks about weird stuff that happens at work? I told her she'd reached the right person, and she introduced herself as Jenny Carlisle. 26 years old, been working overnight stock for 3 years at a Walmart in Visalia, California. Small town in the Central Valley, surrounded by farmland and slowly dying from the same economic blight that's consumed so many rural communities. I don't have much time, she said, feeding quarters into the payphone. My break's almost over and I need to get back before they realize I'm gone. But I heard you talking about that maintenance guy in Phoenix, about Maria Santos, and God, I don't know if I'm losing my mind or if this stuff is really happening. I assured her she wasn't crazy and asked her to tell me what was going on. What she shared over the next 15 minutes made my coffee go cold. It started about 6 weeks ago, Jenny said, her voice crackling through the long-distance connection. I work in the back stock room, inventory management. My job is to process incoming shipments, update the system, and print price labels for items that need to go on the shelves. Most of it's automated now. Scan the barcode. The computer generates a label with the price and product information, print it out and stick it on the item. Simple stuff. But it has to be done right, or the whole inventory system gets screwed up. We've got these old thermal label printers, probably been there since the store opened 10 years ago. They're temperamental as hell. Always jamming, running out of ribbon, printing crooked labels. Part of my routine is babysitting these machines, making sure they keep spitting out labels all night long. The printer I use most is stationed near the back corner of the stockroom, right next to the emergency exit that leads to the loading dock. It's quieter back there, away from the main flow of activity, which is perfect when you're trying to concentrate on inventory counts. 6 weeks ago, I was working through a shipment of back-to-school supplies, notebooks, pens, backpacks, all that stuff. Routine work, the kind of thing I could do in my sleep. Scan an item, wait for the label to print, stick it on, move to the next one. I'd been at it for maybe 2 hours when the printer started acting up. Nothing unusual. These machines have moods, and sometimes they just decide to be difficult. But instead of jamming or running out of paper, it started printing labels I hadn't requested. The first one said, "Hello, Jenny," in the same font and format as a normal price label, but where the barcode should have been, there was just a black rectangle. No price information, no product code, just my name printed in neat block letters. I figured it was some kind of software glitch. Maybe a message from day shift, or a tech testing the system remotely. I tossed the label in the trash and went back to work. But 20 minutes later, it happened again. Another label, same format. I've been watching you work. This time, I kept the label, carried it over to the computer terminal, and checked the print queue. According to the system, no jobs had been sent to my printer in the past hour. Everything was normal, all systems functioning properly. I was about to call maintenance when a third label printed, "Don't tell anyone. They won't believe you." My hands were shaking as I read it. The letters were perfect, crisp and clean like any other label the machine had produced. But the message felt personal, directed specifically at me. I looked around the stockroom, trying to spot security cameras or some sign that someone was playing a prank. But the back corner where I work is a blind spot. Corporate never bothered to install cameras back there because it's just inventory storage. A fourth label emerged from the printer. "I used to work here too." That's when the temperature in the stockroom dropped about 10 degrees. Not gradually, like when the air conditioning kicks in, but instantly. One second I was warm. The next I was shivering and could see my breath in the air. I backed away from the printer, but it kept running. Label after label feeding out onto the floor, each one carrying a message that made my throat tight with fear. I died on a night like this. They found me in the morning. Nobody came to my funeral. I'm so lonely. The printer was making sounds I'd never heard before. Not the usual mechanical whirring, but something that sounded almost organic, like breathing, but electronic. And there was a smell starting to fill the air. Hot plastic and burnt toner, mixed with something sweet and cloying that made my stomach turn. I grabbed my radio to call for help, but before I could key the mic, one more label printed. This one was different, longer, like a receipt instead of a price tag. My name was Sarah Michelle Torres. I was 23 years old. I worked here for 8 months. I died of an overdose in the employee parking lot on October 15, 2019. I took the pills because I couldn't handle the loneliness anymore, because I worked all night and slept all day and never saw another human being outside of this place, because I started to feel more like inventory than a person. The printing stopped. The temperature returned to normal. The only sound was the distant hum of the building's ventilation system. I stood there for maybe 5 minutes, reading and rereading that final message. Sarah Michelle Torres. The name was familiar, but I couldn't place it. Then I remembered, there's a memorial plaque in the employee break room, small and easy to miss, dedicated to team members who'd passed away. I'd seen it dozens of times, but never really read the names. I left the stockroom and walked to the break room, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst. The plaque was there, mounted next to the coffee machine, in memory of our Walmart family. 6 names, 6 dates. The fourth name on the list, Sarah Michelle Torres, 2018-2019. I Googled her name on my phone and found an obituary from the Visalia Times-Delta. Everything matched what the printer had told me. 23 years old, died of an accidental overdose, survived by her mother and younger brother. The obituary mentioned that she'd been working to save money for college, that she'd been struggling with depression and isolation. There was a photo, a pretty girl with dark hair and sad eyes, wearing a Walmart vest and forcing a smile for what looked like an employee ID photo. When I got back to the stockroom, all the labels had disappeared. The floor was clean, the printer was humming normally, and there was no sign that anything unusual had happened. But I knew it had. And I knew Sarah was still there, still working the night shift in her own way. Over the next few weeks, the messages kept coming. Not every night, but often enough that I started bringing a notebook to write them down. They weren't always scary. Sometimes they were just lonely, like someone desperate for conversation. How was your weekend? I miss music. Do you ever listen to music while you work? My brother's birthday is next week. He's turning 20. I wish I could send him a card. Other times they were helpful. Sarah would warn me about inventory discrepancies before I found them, or let me know when a shipment was damaged. Checkbox 47, water damage on the bottom row. Your count is off on the pencil sets. Someone stole a case from the truck. Manager coming, hide your phone. She was never wrong. Every warning, every piece of information she shared through those labels was accurate. It was like having a guardian angel who happened to be really good at inventory management. But the messages that bothered me most were the personal ones. The glimpses into what her life had been like, what had driven her to that final, desperate decision. I worked 47 days straight without a day off. I hadn't spoken to another person outside of work in 3 weeks. I used to cry in the bathroom during my breaks. Nobody noticed when I started getting thin. Nobody asked if I was okay. I wanted to quit, but I needed the insurance for my antidepressants. The pills were supposed to help me sleep. I just took a few extra. Reading those messages was like watching someone drown in slow motion. This girl had been reaching out for help, but the nature of overnight retail work, the isolation, the weird hours, the way it disconnects you from normal human contact, had made it impossible for anyone to notice. I started responding to her messages, speaking out loud to the empty stockroom, telling her about my day, asking about her past, trying to give her the human connection she'd never had when she was alive. What was your favorite thing about working here? I asked one night. The printer whirred to life. I liked organizing things, putting everything in its proper place. It made me feel useful. Do you miss being alive? I miss being seen. When you're alive, even if you're lonely, people acknowledge that you exist. They say hello, even if they don't mean it. When you're dead and lonely, it's like you never existed at all. That broke my heart. The idea that death could be even lonelier than life, that someone could die and still be trapped in the same isolation that had killed them. I see you, I told her. I acknowledge that you exist. The printer was quiet for a long time, then, thank you. That means more than you know. But the most disturbing messages started coming about 2 weeks ago. Sarah began warning me about other employees. David in electronics is planning to hurt someone. Watch out for the new girl in grocery. She's stealing from the register. Manager Peterson is embezzling from the employee fund. Every warning turned out to be accurate. David was caught with a knife in his locker and fired. The new grocery clerk was terminated for theft. Peterson was arrested by police who'd received an anonymous tip about missing funds. But how did Sarah know these things? How could a dead employee have access to information that the living management couldn't uncover? I asked her directly, how do you know all this stuff? I watch. I listen. When you're invisible, people do things they wouldn't do if they knew someone was there. Are there others like you? So many others. We all watch. We all remember. But most of us can't communicate like this. Why can you? I don't know. Maybe because I worked with these machines so much when I was alive. Maybe because I died wanting so badly to talk to someone. Last week, the messages took on a new urgency. Jenny, something bad is going to happen. The others are getting restless. There's going to be an accident. Someone's going to get hurt. You need to be careful. I asked for details, but she couldn't or wouldn't give them. Just kept printing variations of the same warning. Something bad was coming, and I needed to be prepared. Then, 3 nights ago, it happened. I was working late, processing a shipment that had arrived behind schedule. It was almost 4 a.m. and I was the only person in the stockroom. Sarah had been quiet all night. No messages, no communication at all. I was using a box cutter to open a case of school supplies when the blade snapped. The broken metal flew off and embedded itself in a stack of boxes about 6 inches from where my head had been moments before. If I hadn't bent down to pick up a dropped label at that exact second, the blade would have hit me in the face. As I stood there, staring at the metal fragments sticking out of the cardboard, the printer came to life. "I'm sorry I couldn't warn you more specifically. Some things have to happen exactly the right way. Did you make me drop that label? I've been practicing, learning to affect small things. It's hard, but I'm getting better. You saved my life. You've been kind to me, you've listened. You've treated me like a person instead of just a ghost. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. The others, they're getting stronger too, and not all of them are as friendly as I am." That's when I decided I needed to tell someone, to find a way to share Sarah's story, to let people know that she existed and that she'd been trying to help. Mr. Cronkite, I don't know what's going to happen next. I don't know if the other spirits Sarah mentioned are dangerous, or if they're just lonely like she is. But I wanted someone to know about her, to understand that she's not just a ghost haunting the stockroom. She's a person who died too young and alone, who's trying to find purpose and connection in whatever form of existence she has now. She watches over us, warns us about dangers, helps us do our jobs better. And maybe, if enough people know her story, she won't be invisible anymore. The messages have been different lately, less desperate, more peaceful. People are talking about my story. I can feel their attention. It's warm. I don't feel as alone anymore. Thank you for giving me a voice. I think that's all she ever wanted. For someone to know that she had lived, that she had mattered, that her death meant something beyond just another sad statistic in the employee newsletter. Mr. Cronkite, if you share this story, could you do me a favor? Could you tell people that Sarah Michelle Torres was a good person who worked hard and tried her best? That she died not because she was weak, but because she was isolated and forgotten by a system that treats employees like replaceable parts? And could you tell her brother, if he's listening, that she thinks about him every day? That she's proud of the man he's becoming? And that she wishes she could have stayed to watch him grow up? I think it would mean the world to her to know that her family knows she's still around, still caring about them. The line went quiet except for the sound of truck engines and distant highway traffic. Then Jenny spoke again, her voice thick with emotion. "I have to go. My break's over, and Sarah just printed a label warning me that the overnight manager is making rounds. But thank you for listening, Mr. Cronkite. Thank you for giving people like Sarah a voice." The call ended with the click of a payphone being hung up. I've been sitting here for the past 10 minutes, trying to process what Jenny shared with me. Another young person, another life cut short by the crushing isolation of overnight retail work. But also another story of love persisting beyond death, of someone finding purpose in watching over their former colleagues. I did some research while Jenny was talking. Sarah Michelle Torres is listed in the Visalia Times Delta obituaries, just as Jenny described. 23 years old, survived by her mother Rosa and younger brother Miguel. The obituary requested donations to the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline in lieu of flowers. There's also a Facebook page, Remembering Sarah Torres, created by her family after her death. The most recent post from just 2 days ago is from someone named Miguel Torres. I know this sounds crazy, but I think my sister is trying to communicate with me. Little things keep happening. Lights flickering, my phone playing songs she used to love, her perfume smell in my room when I'm having a bad day. I used to think it was just wishful thinking. But now I wonder if she's really still around. watching over me like she always did when we were kids. Sarah, if you can see this, I love you. I miss you every day. And I'm proud of you for finding a way to help people even after you're gone. Miguel, if you're listening tonight, your sister wants you to know that she thinks about you constantly. That she's proud of the man you're becoming, and that she wishes she could have stayed to watch you grow up. She's found a way to keep working, to keep helping people, and she's not as alone as she once was. The label printer in my own studio has been acting up all night. Nothing as dramatic as Sarah's messages, but enough to catch my attention. Just now, as I was reading from Miguel's Facebook post, it printed a single word: gracias. Thank you in Spanish. Sarah's family heritage, expressing gratitude for helping her story reach her brother. The isolation that killed Sarah Torres isn't unique to overnight retail, but it's magnified by the nature of the work. The weird hours, the disconnection from normal social rhythms, the way night shift employees become invisible to the daytime world. How many others are out there right now, working alone in stock rooms and behind registers, slowly being worn down by loneliness? And how many more might find peace, as Sarah has, by reaching out to help others, even after death? It's 1:47 a.m., and the storm outside has turned into a steady rain. Perfect weather for contemplating the thin boundaries between life and death, between isolation and connection, between despair and hope. Miguel Torres, if you're out there, your sister loves you. She's watching over you, and she's not alone anymore. People are listening to her story, acknowledging her existence, remembering that she was a person who mattered. This is WNNMR, Nocturnal Mysteries Radio, and I'm Edward Cronkite. The night is deep, the stories continue, and somewhere in the darkness, Sarah Michelle Torres is still organizing inventory, still helping her coworkers, still proving that love and dedication don't end with death. We'll be right back with more tales from the retail underground. And remember, if you're working the overnight shift right now, if you're feeling isolated and forgotten, you're not alone. Someone is watching over you. Someone cares, and your story matters more than you know. The label printer just activated again. This time it simply says, "Keep going." I think that's advice we can all use. Sometimes the stories find me in the most unexpected ways. Night owls. An hour ago, I was checking our station's social media accounts when I found a direct message that had been sitting in my inbox for 3 days. The sender's profile showed a man in his 40s, wearing a Detroit Lions jersey and standing in front of what looked like a suburban garage. His username was Stockboy87, and his message was brief but compelling. Heard your show on the radio while driving truck routes. Got a recording I made on my phone 6 months ago. Not sure what I caught, but it scared me enough to quit my job. Uploading the file now. Listen and tell me what you think. The attached audio file was nearly 12 minutes long, recorded on what sounded like a smartphone in a large, echo-filled space. I could hear the ambient sounds of a big box store after hours, refrigeration units humming, fluorescent lights buzzing, the distant clatter of shopping carts and stock equipment. But there was something else on the recording, something that made me play it through 3 times before I fully understood what I was hearing. Let me share some background first. I did some digging on Stockboy87 and found out his real name is Steve Kowalski. 42 years old, worked for Walmart for 6 years before abruptly quitting his job in Detroit last November. According to his LinkedIn profile, He'd been employed as an overnight grocery stocker, the kind of job that requires you to work alone for hours, restocking shelves while the rest of the world sleeps. Steve agreed to a phone interview this afternoon, and what he told me about the night he made that recording still gives me chills. Mr. Cronkite, I want to start by saying I'm not the kind of guy who believes in supernatural bullshit. I'm a union man, been working blue-collar jobs my whole life. I believe in overtime pay, decent benefits, and putting in an honest day's work for an honest day's pay. But what happened to me last November? Man, I don't know how else to explain it except to say that some places hold on to things. Some places remember. I'd been working the overnight grocery shift at the Walmart on 8 Mile Road for about 3 years. It's not a glamorous job. You come in at 10 p.m., spend the next 8 hours restocking shelves and rotating inventory, then go home when the day shift arrives. But it paid decent, had good benefits, and I could do the work without thinking too hard about it. Most nights I worked the dairy section, milk, eggs, cheese, yogurt, all the stuff that needs to stay refrigerated and gets delivered fresh every few days. It's physical work, hauling cases of milk from the walk-in cooler to the display cases, making sure everything's rotated properly so the oldest stock gets sold first. The dairy section at our store is laid out in a long row of refrigerated cases along the back wall. 12 units, each one about 8 feet wide and 6 feet tall, with glass doors that customers open to grab their milk and eggs during the day. Behind each case is about 3 feet of storage space where we keep backup inventory. Cases of milk stacked 4 or 5 high, waiting to be moved to the front when the display stock runs low. It's tight quarters back there, especially for a guy my size. I'm 6'2" and not exactly built for crawling around in cramped spaces, but that's the job, and I'd gotten used to it. The first time I noticed something weird was about 6 months ago. I was restocking the milk cases around 2 in the morning, prime time for dairy delivery when the trucks bring in the fresh product from the regional distributors. I'd just finished loading a case of 2% when I heard something that made me stop cold. Tapping, soft, rhythmic tapping coming from somewhere behind the milk cases, like someone knocking gently on metal, trying to get attention without making too much noise. I figured it was probably the refrigeration system acting up. These old cases are always developing mechanical problems, and sometimes the compressors make weird noises when they're working hard to maintain temperature. But when I listened closer, the tapping had a pattern. 3 quick taps, pause, 3 more taps, pause. Over and over, like someone was trying to communicate. I followed the sound to the far end of the dairy section, where we keep the organic and specialty milks. The tapping was definitely coming from behind case number 12, the unit that always gave us the most trouble, constantly breaking down and losing temperature. I squeezed into the storage space behind the case, flashlight in hand, expecting to find a loose cooling line or a failing compressor. But everything looked normal. The tapping had stopped as soon as I got close, and the only sound was the normal hum of the refrigeration system. I was about to chalk it up to another mechanical quirk when I noticed something odd. The milk cases I'd just restocked were arranged differently than I'd left them. Not dramatically, just shifted slightly, like someone had been moving them around while I wasn't looking. But that was impossible. I'd been alone in the dairy section for the past 2 hours, and there was only one way in or out of the storage area. Nobody could have gotten past me without me noticing. I rearranged the cases the way they were supposed to be and went back to work. But for the rest of the shift, I felt like someone was watching me. Every time I turned my back to restock a case, I had this crawling sensation between my shoulder blades, like invisible eyes tracking my every movement. The next few weeks were quiet. Normal shift work, no unusual sounds or unexplained movements. I started to think I'd imagined the whole thing. Too much coffee, not enough sleep. The kind of tricks your mind plays when you're working alone in a big, empty building. Then it happened again. This time, I was ready for it. I'd started carrying my phone with me on shifts, partly to listen to music while I worked, partly because something in the back of my mind told me I might need to document whatever was going on. It was a Thursday night in November, maybe 3 weeks before Thanksgiving. The weather had turned cold, and we were getting ready for the holiday rush. Extra deliveries, expanded inventory, all the chaos that comes with feeding Detroit's families during turkey season. I was working on case number 12 again, the problem unit that seemed to attract all the weird activity. This time, I was doing a deep clean, pulling out all the inventory and scrubbing down the shelves before restocking with fresh product. I'd just finished clearing out the bottom shelf when I heard it again. That same rhythmic tapping, but louder this time, more insistent. Tap, tap, tap. Pause. Tap, tap, tap. Pause. I grabbed my phone and hit record, then followed the sound into the storage area behind the case. The tapping was coming from down low near the floor, like someone was knocking on the metal base of the refrigeration unit. But when I got down on my hands and knees to investigate, I found something that made my blood freeze. Scratch marks in the metal flooring. Fresh scratches, like someone had been clawing at the steel with their fingernails, trying to dig their way up from underneath. "Hello?" I called out, feeling stupid but needing to do something. "Is someone there?" The tapping stopped. For maybe 10 seconds, the dairy section was completely quiet except for the hum of the refrigeration systems. Then I heard a voice, muffled, distant, like someone speaking from the bottom of a well, coming from directly beneath the floor where I was kneeling. "Help me!" 2 words, barely audible, but clear enough that I knew I hadn't imagined them. "Please," the voice continued, stronger now. "I'm trapped. I can't get out." I scrambled backward, hitting the record button on my phone as I moved. Whatever this was, I wanted proof, evidence that I wasn't losing my mind. "Who are you?" I asked. "Where are you?" "Down here," the voice replied, "under the floor. It's so cold and I can't find a way out." I looked around the storage area, trying to make sense of what I was hearing. The floor was solid concrete, poured when the building was constructed. There was no basement, no crawl space, nothing underneath except the building's foundation. But the voice was definitely coming from below. "What's your name?" I asked. "Tommy," came the reply. "Tommy Brennan. I work here. I stock the dairy section." My heart nearly stopped. I'd heard that name before, seen it on the memorial plaque in the employee break room, along with Sarah Torres and the others who'd died while working for the company. I pulled out my phone and Googled Tommy Brennan, Walmart, Detroit, while the voice continued to plead for help from beneath the floor. The search results confirmed what I'd suspected. Tommy Brennan, age 19, had died in November 2016 while working the overnight shift at the 8 Mile Road Walmart. According to the news reports, he'd suffered a fatal allergic reaction to something he'd been exposed to during his shift. Anaphylactic shock that killed him before paramedics could arrive. The article mentioned that his body had been found in the dairy section, collapsed behind one of the refrigerated cases. Behind case number 12. "Tommy?" I said into the phone. "Tommy Brennan? You know me?" The voice sounded surprised, hopeful. "I've been trying to get someone's attention for so long. Nobody ever hears me. I know about you, Tommy. I know what happened." "What happened?" I don't remember much. I was working, restocking the milk, and then I started feeling sick, couldn't breathe. Everything went dark. The sadness in his voice nearly broke my heart. This kid had died alone on the night shift, probably calling for help while his throat closed up and his lungs failed. "Tommy, you died." That was 7 years ago. You had an allergic reaction. Silence for a long moment. Then, died? But I'm still here. I'm still working. I know, buddy. I know you're still here. I've been trying to finish my shift, but I can't reach the cases anymore. Every time I try to stand up, I end up back down here in the cold. And nobody can see me. Nobody hears me when I ask for help. I looked at the scratches in the metal flooring, at the milk cases that kept getting rearranged when I wasn't looking. Tommy had been trying to do his job for 7 years, trapped in some kind of loop, unable to understand why his body wouldn't cooperate, why customers and co-workers walked past him like he didn't exist. Tommy, listen to me. Your shift is over. You did good work, but it's time to rest now. But the cases aren't full. The milk delivery came in and I haven't finished restocking. My supervisor will be angry if the shelves are empty when the store opens. The shelves are full, Tommy. I've been doing your job. Everything's stocked and rotated properly. You have? There was relief in his voice, mixed with confusion. But who are you? I don't recognize your voice. My name's Steve. I took over the dairy section after you left. I've been making sure everything's done right the way you would have done it. Steve. The voice was getting fainter, like a radio signal losing strength. Thank you, Steve. I was worried about the morning shift. I didn't want to let anyone down. You never let anyone down, Tommy. You were a good worker. Everyone says so. I was? The best. Now go rest. Your shift is over. The tapping stopped. The cold air that had been seeping up from the floor began to warm. And for just a moment, I could swear I smelled something other than the usual dairy section odors. Cheap cologne mixed with the kind of energy drink that teenagers live on. Thank you, Steve, Tommy's voice whispered, so quiet I could barely hear it. Tell my mom I was trying to do a good job. Tell her I wasn't goofing off when it happened. I will, Tommy. I promise. The recording on my phone runs for another 3 minutes after that, but there's no more voice, no more tapping, just the normal sounds of a big box store in the middle of the night. I finished my shift in a daze, mechanically restocking the remaining cases while my mind tried to process what had just happened. When the morning crew arrived, I told them I wasn't feeling well and needed to go home early. I never went back. I mean that literally. I never set foot in that store again. Called in sick for 3 days, then submitted my resignation via email. Told them I'd found another job, needed to start immediately, couldn't work out a notice period. My supervisor wasn't happy, but he accepted it. Said the dairy section had been having problems lately, inventory counts that didn't match the computer system, milk cases that employees swore they'd restocked showing up empty the next morning, weird noises from the refrigeration equipment that maintenance couldn't explain. After I quit, I did some research on Tommy Brennan, found his obituary, read about his family. His mother, Patricia Brennan, still lived in Detroit. I almost called her a dozen times, wanting to keep the promise I'd made to Tommy, to tell her that her son had been trying to do a good job when he died. But how do you make that call? How do you explain to a grieving mother that you spoke with her dead son's ghost while working the overnight shift at Walmart? I never made the call, but I did send Patricia Brennan a sympathy card on what would have been Tommy's 26th birthday this past March. Just a simple message. Your son was a dedicated worker who cared about doing his job right. He would want you to know he was trying his best until the end. She sent me a thank you note a few weeks later. Said it meant more to her than I could know, that she'd always worried Tommy had been messing around or not paying attention when the allergic reaction hit. Said my card gave her peace. Mr. Cronkite, I don't know if other people would believe this story. I don't know if I would have believed it if someone else had told it to me. but I've got that recording on my phone, and I know what I heard. Tommy Brennan died trying to do his job, and he spent 7 years trying to finish that last shift. All he wanted was for someone to notice his work, to acknowledge that he'd been trying to do the right thing. I think about him sometimes, when I'm driving truck routes around the state. Wonder if he found peace after our conversation, or if he's still down there in the cold, trying to restock cases that other people have already filled. Either way, I hope someone remembers him, not just as a tragedy, not just as a name on a memorial plaque, but as a kid who took pride in his work and died trying to take care of his responsibilities. That's got to count for something, right? Steve's voice trailed off, and I could hear the sound of truck traffic in the background. He was calling from another rest stop, another late-night drive through the industrial heartland of America. I thanked him for sharing Tommy's story and asked if he'd be willing to let me play the recording on air. He agreed with one condition, that I make sure to mention Tommy's full name and the date he died so that people would remember him as a real person, not just a ghost story. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to play Steve's recording now. It's not easy listening. There are long stretches of ambient store noise, and Tommy's voice is faint and sometimes hard to understand, but it's authentic, unedited, and utterly heartbreaking. What you're about to hear is the voice of Tommy Brennan, who died on November 23, 2016 at the age of 19 while working the overnight shift at a Detroit Walmart. He was trying to restock the dairy section when an allergic reaction took his life. His mother, Patricia, still lives in Detroit, and according to his obituary, Tommy had been saving money to attend community college and study automotive repair. He was a good kid with a strong work ethic who died doing his job. Here's Steve's recording. At this point, I would play the audio file Steve provided, letting listeners hear Tommy's voice for themselves. That was the voice of Tommy Brennan, speaking to Steve Kowalski from beneath the floor of a Walmart dairy section 7 years after his death. Still trying to complete his final shift, still worried about letting down his co-workers and supervisors. I want to read something that Steve sent me after our interview. It's a text from Patricia Brennan, Tommy's mother, responding to the birthday card Steve had sent. Dear Steve, thank you so much for remembering Tommy on his birthday. It's been so hard these past few years. Wondering if he suffered, wondering if he was scared when it happened. Your card, telling me he was trying to do his job right, means everything to me. Tommy always took his responsibilities seriously. Even as a little boy, he would have hated the idea of leaving his work unfinished. Thank you for letting me know he was being the good kid I raised him to be right until the end. God bless you for caring about a boy you never met. Patricia Brennan. Mrs. Brennan, if you're listening tonight, your son wants you to know that he wasn't goofing off when his allergic reaction hit. He was working hard, taking care of his responsibilities, trying to make sure the morning shift would find everything properly stocked and organized. He died the way he lived, thinking about others, trying to do the right thing. And Tommy, if you're still out there, still listening, your shift is over. You did good work. You can rest now. The dairy section at the 8 Mile Road Walmart has been renovated twice since Tommy's death, according to my research. New refrigeration units, updated flooring, modern lighting. But the current overnight crew still reports occasional problems. Milk cases that seem to restock themselves, inventory counts that never quite match the computer system, and sometimes, late at night, the sound of someone working diligently in the storage areas behind the display cases. Maybe Tommy found peace after talking with Steve, or maybe he's still there, still taking care of his section, still making sure Detroit families have fresh milk for their morning coffee. Either way, he's not forgotten. Not anymore. It's 2:34 a.m. and the rain outside has turned to sleet. Perfect weather for thinking about the young people who work these late-night jobs, the kids who stock our shelves and check our groceries and keep the machinery of commerce running while the rest of us sleep. How many Tommy Brennans are out there right now, working alone in big, empty buildings, taking pride in jobs that others might dismiss as unskilled labor? And how many of them go home each morning unnoticed, unappreciated, invisible to the daylight world? Steve Kowalski saw Tommy, heard him, acknowledged his work and his dedication. That simple act of recognition might have been the most important thing that happened in that Walmart dairy section in 7 years. This is WNMR, Nocturnal Mysteries Radio, and I'm Edward Cronkite. The night is deep, the stories are real, and somewhere in the darkness, dedicated souls continue their work, whether their hearts are still beating or not. We'll be right back with more tales from the retail underground. And remember, if you're working the overnight shift right now, your work matters. You matter. Someone is always watching. Someone always cares, even when you feel invisible. Tommy Brennan knows. He's been watching over the dairy section for 7 years, making sure the work gets done right. Thank you, Tommy. Rest well. The sleets turn back to rain, and I've got steam rising from my coffee mug like incense in a midnight cathedral. Perfect atmosphere for our next story, which arrived via an encrypted messaging app about an hour ago. Now, I know what you're thinking. Encrypted messaging sounds a bit dramatic for a ghost story. But when you're a department manager for a major retail chain, and what you're about to share could impact your career, your reputation, and your family's financial security, well, sometimes a little digital privacy goes a long way. The sender identified herself as Christina Martinez, though she asked me to call her Tina. 34 years old, been working retail management for 12 years, currently overseeing the women's clothing department at a Walmart in Miami, Florida. She's got 2 kids, a mortgage, and the kind of responsibilities that make you think twice before admitting you've seen things that can't be explained by corporate training manuals. Tina's story takes place in the clothing department's storage warehouse, that maze of racks, shelves, and inventory that exist behind every retail floor, hidden from customers but essential to keeping the merchandise flowing. If you've ever wondered where all those clothes come from, how they get from shipping containers to display racks, the warehouse is your answer. But according to Tina, some items in that warehouse never make it to the sales floor. Some clothes have their own ideas about where they belong and who should wear them. Here's what she shared with me in her own words. Edward, I need to start by saying that I'm not the kind of person who scares easily. 12 years in retail management teaches you to deal with all kinds of situations. Angry customers, shoplifters, employee drama, you name it. I've handled everything from bomb threats to Black Friday stampedes without losing my cool. But what happened in our warehouse 3 months ago, that's different. That's something I can't explain, can't rationalize, and can't forget no matter how hard I try. Let me give you some background first. The Miami store where I work is one of the larger formats, a supercenter with a full grocery section, pharmacy, automotive center, the works. The clothing department alone covers about 8,000 square feet of sales floor, with everything from infant wear to plus-size fashion. Behind that sales floor is the warehouse, a vast storage area that customers never see, rows upon rows of industrial shelving, holding thousands of pieces of clothing in plastic bags, waiting to be processed and moved to the floor as inventory sells through. It's not a glamorous space. Concrete floors, fluorescent lighting, the constant hum of climate control systems keeping everything at the right temperature and humidity to prevent mold and fabric deterioration. During the day, it's busy. Receiving teams processing shipments, stockers pulling items for the floor, managers like me doing inventory counts and quality checks. But at night, after the store closes, the warehouse becomes something else entirely. Empty, echoing, full of shadows cast by thousands of hanging garments. Most nights, I don't need to go back there. The closing procedures for the clothing department happen on the sales floor, securing registers, organizing displays, making sure everything's ready for the morning shift. But sometimes, especially during seasonal transitions, I have to check on special inventory or verify that high-value items are properly secured. 3 months ago was one of those nights. We were transitioning from summer to fall merchandise, which meant processing hundreds of new arrivals while also preparing to clearance items that hadn't sold during the season. It's always a chaotic time, with inventory numbers that never quite match the computer system and merchandise that seems to have a mind of its own. I'd stayed late to reconcile some discrepancies in our designer dress section, expensive items that the system showed as received but weren't anywhere on the sales floor. According to the computer, we should have had 12 Calvin Klein dresses in various sizes, all priced between $120 and $180. But when I checked the racks, they weren't there. That meant a trip to the warehouse. I grabbed my keys and headed back through the employee corridor that connects the sales floor to the storage area. It was about 10:30 p.m., and the store had been closed for an hour. The only people left in the building were a few overnight stockers working in grocery and the security guard making his rounds. The warehouse door requires a manager's key card, and when I swiped mine, the locks disengaged with a heavy metallic click that echoed through the empty corridor. I pushed open the door and reached for the light switches. That's when I heard it. Music. Faint but unmistakable, coming from somewhere deep in the warehouse. Not the usual background noise you'd expect, not the hum of HVAC systems or the buzz of fluorescent lights. This was actual music. A waltz, I think, the kind of thing you might hear at a formal dance or wedding reception. I stood in the doorway for a moment, listening. The melody was beautiful but sad, played on what sounded like an old music box. Tinny and distant, but clear enough that I could make out the tune. My first thought was that someone had left a radio on, or maybe a phone playing music. It happens sometimes. Employees forget to turn off devices, and the overnight security guards find them during their rounds. But as I listened closer, I realized the music wasn't coming from any electronic device. It had that specific quality that only comes from mechanical music boxes, the slight variations in tempo, the way certain notes lingered while others fell flat. Someone, somewhere in the warehouse, was playing an actual music box. I flipped on the overhead lights and stepped into the warehouse proper. The fluorescent tubes flickered to life in sequence, illuminating row after row of clothing racks stretching back into the depths of the storage area. The music continued, and now I could tell it was coming from the far end of the warehouse, near where we keep the formal wear and special occasion dresses. The most expensive items in our inventory, the pieces that require extra security and careful handling. I started walking toward the sound, my footsteps echoing off the concrete floor. The warehouse felt different than usual, colder, despite the climate control system running normally, and there was a smell in the air that I couldn't immediately identify. Something floral and sweet, but with an underlying mustiness, like flowers that had been pressed between the pages of an old book. As I got closer to the formal wear section, the music became clearer. It was definitely a music box, playing a waltz that sounded familiar but that I couldn't quite place. And there was something else, a sound underneath the melody that made my skin crawl. Footsteps, light, quick footsteps, like someone dancing to the music. The sound of high heels clicking against concrete in a rhythm that matched the waltz perfectly. I rounded the corner into the formal wear area and stopped dead. There, in the space between two tall racks of evening gowns, someone was dancing. It was a young woman, maybe in her early 20s, wearing the most beautiful red dress I'd ever seen. Not one of our inventory items, this was something else entirely. Vintage, maybe from the 1950s or 60s, with a full skirt that spun and flowed as she moved. The fabric seemed to catch and reflect the fluorescent light in ways that made it look almost alive. She was dancing alone, arms positioned as if she were holding a partner, spinning and stepping in perfect time to the music box melody. Her face was turned away from me, but I could see her dark hair swept up in an elegant style that matched the vintage dress. For a moment, I just stood there watching. She was beautiful, graceful, completely absorbed in her solitary waltz. There was something heartbreaking about the scene. This young woman, dancing alone in a warehouse full of clothes, lost in music that only she could hear. Then she turned, and I saw her face. She was smiling, but it was the saddest smile I'd ever seen. Her eyes were dark and deep, filled with a longing that made my chest tight with sympathy. And her skin had that same translucent quality I'd heard other people describe. Like she was there but not quite there, solid but somehow insubstantial. She saw me watching and stopped dancing. The music box melody continued for a moment, then wound down to silence. We stared at each other across the warehouse aisle, and I could see the hope and fear warring in her expression. "Hello," she said, her voice soft and slightly accented. "Cuban, maybe, or Colombian. I didn't know anyone else was here." I'm Tina," I managed to say. "I manage the clothing department. I was looking for some missing inventory." She smiled again, that same heartbreaking expression. "Missing inventory? Yes, I suppose that's what I am now." "What's your name?" I asked. "Isabella," she replied. "Isabella Restrepo. I used to work here." The name was familiar. I'd seen it somewhere before, but I couldn't immediately place where. "When did you work here?" I asked. Isabella's smile faltered. It's hard to remember. Time works differently now, but it was during the holidays, I think. Christmas season. I was so excited to be working in fashion, even if it was just retail. I had dreams of becoming a designer someday. What happened to you, Isabella? She looked down at her red dress, smoothing the fabric with hands that seemed to barely disturb the material. I stayed late one night to help with inventory, just like you're doing now. There was a party I was supposed to attend, my boyfriend's company Christmas party. I'd bought this dress especially for it. Spent almost 2 weeks' salary on it. She spun once, slowly, letting the skirt flare out around her legs. I was going to change into it after work and meet him at the party, but the inventory count took longer than expected, and by the time I finished, it was too late. The party was over. "So, you never got to wear the dress?" "Oh, I wore it," Isabella said, her voice growing quieter. "I put it on right here in the warehouse, in front of one of the mirror displays we had set up for the jewelry section. I wanted to see how I looked, to imagine what the party would have been like." She gestured to an empty space between the clothing racks, where I could just make out the faint outline of where a mirror might once have stood. I was dancing by myself, pretending I was at the party with my boyfriend when she trailed off, her expression growing distant. When what, Isabella? I collapsed, she said simply. Heart attack. 23 years old, no warning signs, no family history. The paramedic said it was a congenital defect that had gone undiagnosed my whole life. Sometimes these things just happen. My throat tightened. Another young employee, another life cut short while working late at the store. They found me the next morning when the day shift arrived, Isabella continued, still wearing my red dress, still beautiful, still ready for a party I'd never attend. I'm so sorry, I whispered. The strange thing is, I don't remember being afraid. When I felt the chest pain, when I realized I was dying, all I could think about was how sad it was that I'd never get to dance with anyone in this dress, that I'd bought it for nothing. She looked at me with those deep, dark eyes. But I can dance now. Every night when the store is quiet and empty, I put on my dress and dance to my music box. It plays the same waltz that was supposed to be the first dance at my wedding. Your wedding? Isabella's smile brightened, becoming more genuine. Miguel proposed to me the week before I died. We were going to announce our engagement at the Christmas party. That's why the dress was so important to me. It was going to be the first time I appeared in public as his fiancée. I felt tears prick the corners of my eyes. This beautiful young woman had died on the verge of everything she'd wanted. A career in fashion, a wedding, a future with someone she loved. Do you see him, Miguel? I asked. The light in her eyes dimmed. No, he moved on eventually. Married someone else, had children. I don't blame him. He couldn't spend his life mourning someone who was gone. But sometimes I wonder what our wedding would have been like, what dress I would have chosen, what it would have felt like to dance with him. The music box melody started again, seemingly from thin air. Isabella's expression brightened, and she held out her hand to me. Would you like to dance? She asked. Just for one song? I've been dancing alone for so long. I'm not much of a dancer, never was, even when I was younger. But something about Isabella's request, about the desperate hope in her voice, made it impossible to refuse. I took her outstretched hand and immediately understood why other people had described the cold. Her touch was like ice water, so cold it burned. But there was something else, a gentleness, a gratitude that warmed me from the inside out. We danced slowly around the warehouse aisle, between the racks of formal wear and evening gowns. Isabella led, guiding me through simple steps that even I could follow. She was an excellent dancer, graceful and patient, making me feel like I knew what I was doing. As we moved together, she told me about her dreams, how she'd wanted to design clothes that made women feel beautiful and confident, how she'd sketched dress designs in the margins of inventory sheets during her breaks, how she'd planned to save money from her retail job to eventually attend fashion school. I used to imagine opening my own boutique, she said as we turned slowly in the space between the clothing racks, something small and elegant where I could help women find the perfect dress for their special occasions. Weddings, graduations, first dates. I wanted to be part of those important moments in people's lives. That sounds beautiful, I told her. It was just a dream, she said. But it kept me going during the long shifts and difficult customers. The idea that this was temporary, that I was working toward something better. The music box wound down again, and we stopped dancing. Isabella stepped back, smoothing her red dress one more time. Thank you, she said. That was the first time I've danced with another person since I've been here. Thank you for sharing your story with me, I replied. And for the dance. She smiled, and for a moment she looked solid and real and completely alive. Will you remember me? Will you tell people about Isabella Restrepo and her dreams? I will, I promised. And if you ever see a young woman shopping for a special dress, will you help her find something beautiful, something that makes her feel like she can conquer the world? I will. Isabella nodded, satisfied. Then my dream isn't completely dead. If I can inspire others to help women feel beautiful, then maybe my life meant something. The warehouse suddenly felt warmer, and the floral scent in the air grew stronger. Isabella began to fade, becoming more translucent with each passing second. "Isabella, wait!" I called out. "The missing dresses? The Calvin Klein inventory I was looking for, do you know where they are?" She laughed, a sound like silver bells. "Check rack 47B, third shelf down. Someone misfiled them during the last shipment. They're behind the cocktail dresses, still in their shipping bags." And then she was gone, leaving only the faint scent of flowers and the echo of music box melody lingering in the air. I found the missing dresses exactly where she'd said they would be, correctly tagged and accounted for, just waiting to be discovered. The inventory discrepancy was resolved, and I was able to complete my paperwork and go home. But I couldn't stop thinking about Isabella Restrepo and her red dress, about the dreams that had died with her in that warehouse. The next day, I did some research. Found her obituary in the Miami Herald archives dated December 2018. Everything she'd told me was accurate. 23 years old, heart attack, survived by her parents and fiancé Miguel Santos. The obituary mentioned her love of fashion and her dream of becoming a designer. There was a photo with the article, and it was definitely the same woman I danced with. Beautiful, young, wearing the same bright smile that had lit up her face in the warehouse. I also found something else. A social media page for Miguel Santos, now married with 2 children. His profile photo showed a happy family, and I was glad that he'd found peace and love after Isabella's death. But I couldn't help thinking about what might have been. About the boutique Isabella had dreamed of opening, the dresses she might have designed, the women she might have helped feel beautiful and confident. Since that night, I've made changes to how I run the clothing department. I pay more attention to the younger employees, especially the ones who seem to have bigger dreams than retail work. I encourage them to pursue education, to develop their talents, to not give up on their aspirations. And when women come in looking for special occasion dresses, for weddings, proms, anniversaries, I remember Isabella's words. I help them find something that makes them feel like they can conquer the world. Sometimes, late at night when I'm doing inventory in the warehouse, I hear the faint sound of a music box playing a waltz. I never see Isabella again, but I know she's there, still dancing in her red dress, still dreaming of a boutique where she could help women feel beautiful. I like to think she's happy knowing that her dream lives on through the work I do, that every time I help a customer find the perfect dress, I'm honoring the memory of a young woman whose life was cut too short, but whose passion for fashion continues to inspire others. Edward, I don't know if this story will resonate with your listeners, but I wanted to share it because Isabella deserves to be remembered, not just as a tragedy, not just as another name on a memorial plaque, but as a dreamer who believed in the power of beautiful clothes to transform lives. She may be gone, but her dream lives on. And sometimes, in the quiet moments between customers, I can swear I see her smile reflected in the mirrors of our dressing rooms, approving of the work we're doing to help women feel confident and beautiful. That has to count for something, doesn't it? Tina's message ended there, but she included one more attachment, a photo taken in her store's dressing room area. It shows a young woman trying on a red formal dress, smiling at herself in the mirror. But if you look carefully at the reflection, you can see another figure standing behind her. Translucent, barely visible, but unmistakably there. A young woman in a vintage red dress, smiling with approval at the customer's choice. I did my own research after reading Tina's story. Isabella Restrepo did die of sudden cardiac arrest in December 2018, found in the warehouse of the Miami Walmart where she worked. Her obituary mentioned her dream of becoming a fashion designer and her talent for helping friends choose outfits for special occasions. Miguel Santos, her former fiancé, did indeed move on and remarry. But according to his social media posts, he established a small scholarship fund in Isabella's name to help young women from low-income families attend fashion design school. The fund has helped 12 students over the past 5 years. Isabella's dream of helping women feel beautiful didn't die with her. It evolved, grew, touched more lives than she ever could have imagined during her short time on Earth. And according to Tina, the women's clothing department at her Miami store has seen a remarkable increase in customer satisfaction scores over the past 3 months. Women consistently praise the staff's ability to help them find exactly what they need, to make them feel confident and beautiful. "It's like we have a guardian angel watching over us," one customer review read. "Every time I shop there, I find exactly the right dress for my special occasion. The staff has an uncanny ability to know exactly what I'm looking for. If only they knew." The rain's stopped now, and I can see the first faint hints of dawn creeping across the Kansas horizon. It's 3:28 a.m., and we're in that magical hour when the night shift workers of America are deep in their routines, keeping the machinery of commerce running while the rest of us dream. How many Isabella Restrepos are out there right now, stocking shelves and processing inventory, dreaming of bigger things while doing the necessary work that keeps our world functioning? And how many of them, if their dreams are cut short, might find ways to continue their work from beyond the veil? Isabella Restrepo believed in the transformative power of fashion, in the idea that the right dress could make a woman feel unstoppable. Death hasn't changed that belief. It's simply given her new ways to express it. So the next time you're shopping for something special, something to mark an important moment in your life, remember Isabella. Remember that somewhere, a young woman who never got to wear her red dress to the party is still working to help you find exactly what you need to feel beautiful and confident. This is WNMR, Nocturnal Mysteries Radio, and I'm Edward Cronkite. The night is winding down, but the stories continue, and somewhere in the fluorescent-lit corridors of American retail, the dreams of the departed live on through the work of the living. We'll be right back with more tales from the overnight shift. And remember, your dreams matter, your work matters, and your story deserves to be told, whether you're breathing or not. Isabella knows. She's still dancing, still dreaming, still believing in the power of beauty to change the world. Dawn's breaking over the Kansas plains, folks, painting the sky in shades of amber and rose. It's that liminal hour when the night shift workers are counting down their final minutes, when the day crew is just rolling out of bed, when the world balanced on the knife's edge between darkness and light. Perfect timing for our next story, which arrived via an old-fashioned method that's becoming increasingly rare in our digital age, a handwritten letter delivered by mail to the station's P.O. box. The envelope was postmarked from Seattle, Washington, and the return address simply read B. Chen, Security Services. Inside, I found 3 pages of lined notebook paper covered in careful, methodical handwriting. The kind you see from people who take their time with words because they understand the weight they carry. The letter began with a simple introduction. My name is Brian Chen. I'm 28 years old, and until 3 weeks ago, I worked as an overnight security guard for the Walmart on Aurora Avenue North in Seattle. I'm writing to you because I heard Tommy Brennan's story on your show, and I realized I'm not the only one who's encountered things that don't belong in the world of retail security protocols. Brian's letter went on to describe 8 years of security work, not just at Walmart, but at shopping malls, office buildings, and industrial complexes throughout the Pacific Northwest. He'd seen it all: break-ins, vandalism, medical emergencies, the full spectrum of incidents that occur when most people are asleep. But what happened during his final shift at the Seattle Walmart, according to Brian, fell outside any category covered in his security training manual. I called the phone number Brian included with his letter, and we spoke for nearly an hour. His voice carried the particular weariness of someone who's spent years walking empty corridors and patrolling deserted parking lots. But there was something else underneath, a tremor of uncertainty, like someone who's had their fundamental understanding of reality shaken. Here's Brian's story as he told it to me. Edward, I need to start by explaining what overnight security work is really like. Most people think it's easy money. Sit in a booth, maybe walk around with a flashlight, get paid to basically do nothing while everyone else sleeps. The reality is different. Security work, especially overnight security, is about being the only conscious human in spaces designed for hundreds or thousands of people. You're the guardian of empty places, the witness to what happens when all the customers go home and all the employees clock out. I've been doing this job for 8 years, and I've learned to read the rhythms of empty buildings. Every structure has its own personality after dark. The way sounds echo, how shadows fall, where the cold spots settle and the warm air rises. After a while, you develop an instinct for when something's not right. The Seattle Walmart, where I worked, is a massive complex, one of those supercenters that covers several acres and includes everything from groceries to automotive services. The parking lot alone is the size of 3 football fields, with space for over 500 cars during peak hours. My job was to patrol the entire property every 2 hours, checking for break-ins, vandalism, or anything else that might threaten the store's security. Most of the time, it was routine. Unlock the doors, walk the perimeter, check the loading docks, make sure the emergency exits were secure. 8 hours of methodical checking, documenting, and radio reports to the Central Security Office. But about 6 months ago, the routine started changing. It began with small things, details that individually meant nothing, but that collectively started to form a pattern. Trash cans that I'd swear I'd emptied appearing full again on my next round. Shopping carts scattered across the parking lot despite the cart retrieval team clearing them all before closing. Security cameras that would inexplicably shift position between patrol rounds as if someone was adjusting them when I wasn't looking. I reported these incidents to my supervisor, but there was always a logical explanation. The overnight cleaning crew must have missed some trash bags. Customers probably abandoned carts in the lot after the retrieval team's final sweep. The camera mounts were old and loose, probably shifting due to wind or vibration from nearby traffic. All reasonable explanations, all completely logical, all completely wrong. The first time I saw him was during my 2 a.m. patrol on a Tuesday night in September. Seattle in September is still pleasant, not yet the rain season that defines our winters. Just cool and clear, with the kind of crisp air that makes walking around outdoors almost enjoyable. I was conducting my standard perimeter check, starting at the main entrance and working my way clockwise around the building. Everything was normal until I reached the northeast corner of the parking lot, near where the employee parking area meets the customer spaces. That's when my flashlight beam caught something that shouldn't have been there. A man, maybe in his 50s, standing perfectly still between two parked cars about 50 yards away from my position. He was wearing what looked like a Walmart vest, the standard blue uniform that all employees wear. But something about him was wrong. For one thing, he was too still. Humans don't stand that motionless, not even when they're trying to hide. There's always some movement, breathing, shifting weight, involuntary muscle twitches. This figure was statue still, like someone had paused a video mid-frame. For another, he was staring directly at me, not looking in my general direction, not glancing over to see what the flashlight was, staring directly at me with the kind of focused intensity that makes your skin crawl. "Sir?" I called out, keeping my voice professional but authoritative. "Sir, the store is closed. This is private property." No response. The figure didn't move, didn't react, didn't even seem to register that I'd spoken. I started walking toward him, flashlight beam steady on his position. As I got closer, more details became visible. The Walmart vest was wrong. Not just old-fashioned, but actually vintage. The style we'd used maybe 15 or 20 years ago before the company updated its employee uniforms. And the name tag, I couldn't read it from my distance, but there was definitely a name tag pinned to the vest. "I need to see some identification," I called out when I was about 20 feet away. "Do you have authorization to be on this property after hours?" Still no response. But now I could see his face clearly, and what I saw made my blood run cold. He was pale, not just Caucasian pale, but bloodlessly pale, like someone who'd been drained of color. His eyes were dark, almost black, and they never blinked, never shifted focus. Just stared at me with that same unwavering intensity. And his mouth was moving, but no sound was coming out. His lips were forming words over and over, like someone reciting a prayer or mantra that only he could hear. I was maybe 10 feet away when he suddenly turned and walked toward the back of the parking lot. Not hurried, not furtive, just turned and walked with the same deliberate pace you'd use if you were heading to your car after a normal shopping trip. I followed, keeping my flashlight trained on him. He walked in a straight line toward the loading dock area, past the employee entrance, around the corner of the building toward the automotive service bay. When I rounded that same corner, maybe 15 seconds later, he was gone. I spent the rest of my shift searching that area, checking every possible hiding spot, reviewing the security camera footage from the automotive section. Nothing. No sign that anyone had been there. No evidence that I'd encountered anything other than shadows and my own imagination. But I knew what I'd seen, and I knew it wasn't imagination. The sightings continued over the next few months, always following the same pattern. The pale man in the vintage Walmart vest, standing motionless in the parking lot, staring at me with those black, unblinking eyes. Always during the 2 a.m. patrol, always in a different location, always disappearing when I tried to approach. I started documenting everything, taking photos, making detailed notes, even trying to record video on my phone. But every piece of evidence came out corrupted or unusable. Photos showed empty parking spaces. Videos captured nothing but shadows and ambient light. Even my written notes seemed to blur and become illegible when I tried to review them later. It was like reality itself was conspiring to make me doubt what I was experiencing. The breakthrough came 3 weeks ago, during what turned out to be my final shift. I was conducting my 2 a.m. patrol when I spotted him again, this time standing near the main entrance under one of the parking lot lights. Same vintage vest, same pale complexion, same unblinking stare. But this time, instead of trying to approach him directly, I decided to try a different strategy. I radioed the Central Security Office and asked them to review the live camera feeds from the parking lot area. If this figure was real, if he was actually there, the cameras would see him. If I was having some kind of breakdown, some stress-induced hallucination, the cameras would show an empty parking lot. "Control, this is Unit 7, I said into my radio. "I need you to check camera feeds for the main parking lot area. I've got a possible trespasser near the front entrance." "Copy that, Unit 7. Checking feeds now." I waited, keeping my flashlight trained on the pale figure, who continued to stare at me with that same disturbing intensity. His lips were moving again, forming silent words that I couldn't decipher. "Unit 7, this is Control. I'm showing all camera feeds normal. No movement detected in the parking lot area. Are you sure about your location?" That's when I realized the truth. The cameras couldn't see him because he wasn't entirely there. Not in the way that security cameras understood existence, but I could see him. And if I could see him, maybe I could communicate with him. I lowered my radio and spoke directly to the figure. "What's your name?" I asked. For the first time in months of sightings, he reacted. His head tilted slightly, like someone straining to hear a distant sound. "I know you can hear me," I continued. "I can see you. What's your name?" His mouth stopped moving, and for a moment I thought he was going to speak. Instead, he pointed, not at me, but past me, toward the loading dock area where I'd seen him disappear so many times before. I turned to look in that direction, and when I turned back, he was walking toward the loading dock with that same deliberate pace. But this time, instead of disappearing when he reached the corner of the building, he stopped and looked back at me, waiting. I followed him around to the loading dock, where he stood facing the concrete wall of the building. Up close, I could finally read his name tag, Richard Valdez, Associate, 2003-2019. Richard. And that surname, Valdez. Like Carlos Valdez, the maintenance worker from Phoenix who'd written to you about Maria Santos. "Richard?" I said. "Richard Valdez?" He turned to face me, and for the first time, his expression changed. The blank stare softened into something more human. Sadness, recognition, relief. "You can see me," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "I can see you," I confirmed. "How long have you been here?" "I don't know. Time is different now. I remember working, doing my job, and then nothing. Just this place, over and over. The same patrol, the same routine." "What job did you do, Richard?" "Security. Overnight security, just like you." He looked down at his vintage uniform. "I was good at my job. 16 years. Never missed a shift. Never had a major incident on my watch." The pieces started falling into place. Richard Valdez had been a security guard, working the same overnight shift I was working, patrolling the same parking lot, following the same routes. "What happened to you, Richard?" His face crumpled with grief. "Heart attack. Right here, by the loading dock, during my 2 a.m. patrol. I felt the chest pain, tried to radio for help, but it happened too fast. They found me in the morning when the day shift arrived." Another overnight worker, another life lost during the lonely hours when the rest of the world slept. "Richard, you don't have to keep patrolling. Your shift is over. You did good work, but it's time to rest." "But who will watch the store?" he asked, genuine concern in his voice. "Who will make sure everything is secure? I can't abandon my post." "I'm watching the store," I told him. "And after me, someone else will take over." "The security never stops, Richard. You did your part." He looked around the loading dock area, then back at me. "You're sure? You're sure everything will be protected?" "I'm sure." Richard nodded slowly, and as he did, he began to fade. Not all at once, but gradually, like a photograph developing in reverse. The vintage Walmart vest became translucent, then disappeared entirely. His pale face grew paler still until it was just a suggestion of features in the darkness. "Thank you," he whispered, his voice now so faint I could barely hear it. "Thank you for seeing me, for letting me finish my final patrol." And then he was gone, leaving only the smell of rain-washed concrete and the distant hum of traffic from Aurora Avenue. I completed the rest of my shift without incident, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something fundamental had changed, not just in the store, but in me. I'd crossed some kind of threshold, made contact with something beyond the normal scope of security work. The next morning, I submitted my resignation. Not because I was scared, though I'll admit the encounter with Richard had shaken me more than I wanted to acknowledge, but because I realized that my time at that particular post was finished. I'd done what I was supposed to do, helped a colleague complete his final rounds. My supervisor was surprised by my sudden departure, but he didn't try to talk me out of it. Said he'd noticed I'd seemed distracted lately, maybe a little on edge. Offered me a reference and told me I'd always have a place in the company if I wanted to come back. I thanked him but declined. Some jobs you only need to do once. "Edward, I don't know if other security guards have had experiences like mine. I don't know if Richard Valdez was unique or if there are other overnight workers still patrolling empty stores and parking lots, still trying to complete shifts that ended years ago. But I wanted to share his story because he deserves to be remembered, not just as someone who died on the job, but as someone who took pride in his work, who cared about protecting people and property, even after death. 16 years of overnight security, never missing a shift. That kind of dedication doesn't just disappear when the heart stops beating. I've moved on to day shift security work now, office buildings mostly, where the rhythms are different and the spaces never feel truly empty. It's easier work in some ways, but I miss the solitude of the overnight hours, the sense of being the only guardian in a vulnerable world. Sometimes, when I'm driving past big box stores late at night, I think about the security guards working those shifts. The men and women walking empty corridors and patrolling vacant parking lots, keeping watch while the rest of us sleep. And I wonder how many of them might encounter figures from the past, colleagues who never quite clocked out, who are still walking their beats in the spaces between life and death. If you're one of those guards, if you're out there right now listening to this story while you make your rounds, remember Richard Valdez. Remember that the work you're doing matters, that someone is watching out for you just like you're watching out for everyone else. And if you see someone who shouldn't be there, someone in a vintage uniform walking the same patrol route you walk, don't be afraid. They're not there to harm you. They're just trying to finish their shift, to complete the work they started when they were still breathing. Help them if you can. Acknowledge their service. Let them know their watch is over and that others are standing ready to take their place. That's all any of us really want, to know that our work mattered, that someone noticed our dedication, that the watch continues even after we're gone. Richard knows now he's finally clocked out. Brian's voice had grown quieter as he told his story. and by the end I could barely hear him over the static of the long-distance connection. When he finished, there was a long pause before he spoke again. "Edward, there's one more thing. After I quit, I did some research on Richard Valdez, found his obituary, confirmed the details of his death, but I also found something else." He paused, and I could hear papers rustling. Richard had a nephew, Carlos Valdez, who worked maintenance for Walmart in Phoenix. The same Carlos who wrote to you about Maria Santos. When I read Carlos's letter on your website, I realized that Richard hadn't just been trying to finish his own shift. He'd been trying to watch out for his family, to make sure Carlos was safe while he did his own overnight work. The connection between the stories hit me like a physical blow. Richard Valdez, walking endless patrols in a Seattle parking lot, somehow aware that his nephew Carlos was encountering supernatural phenomena in an Arizona store. Still trying to protect his family, still trying to do his job, even after death. "Carlos is okay, isn't he?" Brian asked. "I mean, after he helped Maria Santos find peace?" I assured Brian that Carlos was fine, that according to his letter, Maria had transformed from a trapped spirit into a protective presence. The Valdez family, it seemed, had a gift for helping the departed find their proper rest. We talked for a few more minutes about the responsibility that comes with seeing beyond the veil, about the weight of being witness to stories that most people would dismiss as imagination or stress-induced hallucination. "Someone has to remember them," Brian said before we hung up. "Someone has to acknowledge that they existed, that their work mattered. If we don't, who will?" After our conversation, I did my own research into Richard Valdez. The obituary was exactly as Brian had described. Longtime Walmart security guard, dedicated employee, survived by his sister Elena and nephew Carlos. Died of sudden cardiac arrest during his overnight shift, found by the morning crew near the loading dock area. The obituary also mentioned something interesting. Richard had been scheduled to retire at the end of 2019 after 16 years of service. He died just 3 months before his planned retirement date, 3 months before he could finally clock out for the last time. No wonder he'd continued patrolling. He'd been so close to finishing his career, so close to completing his final chapter. Death had interrupted his story before he could write the ending. But Brian had given him that ending, had acknowledged his service, recognized his dedication, and released him from the endless cycle of unfinished shifts. The storms moved on now, leaving the Kansas sky clear and bright with the approaching dawn. It's 4:45 a.m., and somewhere across America, the overnight security guards are making their final rounds, checking locks, reviewing camera feeds, preparing to hand over responsibility to the day shift. How many of them, I wonder, share their beats with colleagues who never quite left? How many are walking the same routes that dedicated workers walked for years, decades, before their hearts gave out or accidents claimed them? And how many of those departed colleagues are still trying to do their jobs, still trying to protect the places and people they cared about when they were alive? Richard Valdez knows the answer. He walked those patrols for 4 years after his death, making sure everything was secure, making sure his replacement was safe, making sure the watch continued unbroken. That's the mark of a true professional, someone who takes pride in their work, not because it pays well or brings recognition, but because it serves a purpose greater than themselves. This is WNMR, Nocturnal Mysteries Radio, and I'm Edward Cronkite. The night shift is winding down, but the stories continue, and somewhere in the pre-dawn darkness, dedicated souls continue their rounds, whether their hearts are still beating or not. We'll be right back with more tales from the overnight hours. And remember, if you're working security right now, If you're walking empty corridors or patrolling vacant parking lots, you're not alone. Richard Valdez and others like him are watching over you, making sure you make it safely through until dawn. The watch never ends. It just changes hands. Thank you, Richard. Rest well. Good evening, night wanderers. The clock reads 10:02 p.m., and we're back in the heart of the darkness where the retail world shows its hidden face. I'm Edward Cronkite, your guide through the stories that unfold when the last customer leaves and the real mysteries begin. Tonight's rain has turned into a steady downpour, drumming against the studio windows like fingers tapping for attention. Perfect weather for our next story, which arrived via encrypted email just 3 hours ago from someone who identifies himself only as K. Rodriguez, Security Systems Analyst. The message was brief and professional. Mr. Cronkite, I've been following your series on retail anomalies. I have video evidence of phenomena that doesn't match any technical explanation I know. Would you be interested in reviewing the footage? Kevin Rodriguez, as he eventually identified himself during our phone conversation, is a 31-year-old surveillance specialist who's worked in retail security for over a decade. He's the kind of person who lives in the space between technology and human behavior, analyzing countless hours of camera footage to identify patterns, prevent theft, and ensure customer safety. But according to Kevin, some patterns can't be explained by any manual in his professional library. Kevin works for one of the larger Walmart supercenters in Houston, Texas, a massive complex that serves thousands of customers daily and requires a sophisticated surveillance system to monitor all the activity. 47 cameras positioned throughout the store, feeding live and recorded footage to a central monitoring station where Kevin and his colleagues keep watch over the retail landscape. It's detailed, methodical work that requires patience and keen observation skills. Most of what Kevin sees is routine: customers shopping, employees stocking shelves, the normal ebb and flow of commercial activity. But occasionally he encounters something that doesn't fit the patterns he's trained to recognize. Here's Kevin's story in his own words. Edward, I need to start by explaining what modern retail surveillance actually involves. Most people think security cameras just record whatever happens and store it for later review if there's an incident. The reality is much more sophisticated. We use intelligent video analytics, software that can recognize specific behaviors, track movement patterns, even identify when someone is acting suspiciously before they actually commit a crime. The system flags unusual activity automatically, allowing us to focus our attention on genuine security concerns rather than watching hours of normal shopping behavior. I've been working with these systems for 10 years, and I've learned to trust the technology. When the computer tells me something unusual is happening, there's usually a good reason for the alert. But 3 months ago, the system started flagging incidents that I couldn't explain. It began with anomalies in the accessories department, the section where we sell phone cases, jewelry, small electronics, and other high-value items that are frequent targets for shoplifters. The software kept generating alerts for unauthorized movement in that area during overnight hours when the store was closed and empty. According to the system, someone was moving through the accessories aisles, following the same general path that customers take during shopping hours. The software tracked consistent movement patterns: someone browsing the displays, stopping at specific locations, even appearing to handle merchandise. But when I reviewed the actual camera footage, I saw nothing. The accessories department was empty, exactly as it should be during overnight hours. No people, no unauthorized access, no visible cause for the movement alerts the software was generating. My first assumption was a technical malfunction. Maybe the analytical software was misinterpreting shadows cast by the overnight cleaning crew working in adjacent areas. Maybe there was electromagnetic interference from nearby equipment causing false positives in the movement detection algorithms. I ran diagnostics on all the cameras covering the accessories section, checked for loose connections, verified that the software was running the latest updates. Everything tested normal. The system was functioning exactly as designed. But the alerts continued, night after night, always in the same area, always following the same general movement patterns. That's when I decided to conduct a more detailed analysis of the footage. I started by reviewing the camera feeds frame by frame, looking for any detail that might explain what the software was detecting. What I found was subtle but undeniable. Shadows that didn't correspond to any visible object casting them. Not dramatic, movie-style shadows that moved independently of their sources. These were faint variations in light and darkness that suggested the presence of something that the cameras couldn't quite capture. Like looking at the outline of someone wearing camouflage that was almost perfectly matched to the background. The shadows appeared most clearly on camera 23, which covers the main accessories aisle from an elevated angle. They would emerge from the direction of the jewelry counter, move slowly along the display cases, pause at certain locations, then continue toward the electronics section before disappearing from the camera's field of view. The movement was distinctly human. The right pace for someone walking and browsing, the appropriate pauses for someone examining merchandise, even subtle shifts that suggested someone turning their head to look at different displays. But there was no one there to cast those shadows. I started tracking the timing of these incidents, looking for patterns that might provide clues about what was causing them. What I discovered was both consistent and disturbing. The shadow figures appeared almost exclusively during the early morning hours, between 2 a.m. and 4 a.m. They followed roughly the same route each time, but with small variations, different pauses, different areas of focus, like someone who was familiar with the layout but was looking for something specific. And the shadows appeared to be getting clearer over time. Not more visible exactly, but more defined. Like whatever was casting them was becoming more solid, more present in our physical space. I decided to conduct an experiment. If these shadows represented some kind of actual presence in the store, they might be detectable by other sensors in our security system. I programmed the motion detectors in the accessories section to record any activity during the overnight hours. And I configured the environmental sensors to log temperature and humidity fluctuations that might correspond to the shadow sightings. The results were unsettling. The motion detectors consistently registered movement in the accessories aisles during the same time periods when the shadows appeared on camera. Not false alarms or technical glitches, genuine motion detection from multiple sensors, all indicating the presence of someone moving through the area. The environmental sensor showed localized temperature drops of 3 to 5 degrees in specific locations, always corresponding to where the shadows paused or lingered on camera. The temperature changes followed the same path as the shadow movement, like someone with a noticeably colder body temperature was walking through the store. But the most disturbing discovery came when I started analyzing the footage in ultra-slow motion. At normal playback speed, the shadows were subtle, easy to dismiss as tricks of light or camera artifacts. But when I slowed the footage down to frame-by-frame analysis, I could see details that made my skin crawl. The shadows had texture, not the smooth, uniform darkness you'd expect from a silhouette, but complex variations that suggested clothing, hair, even facial features, like looking at someone through heavy fog or very dim lighting. And in the slowest playback, I could see that the shadows were changing. not just moving through the space, but actually transforming, becoming clearer, more detailed, more human-looking with each appearance. Whatever these shadows represented, they were becoming more real over time. I started researching the history of our store location, looking for any incidents that might explain the presence I was documenting. What I found provided context but no comfort. The Houston Supercenter where I work was built on the site of a former shopping mall that had been demolished in 2003. The Westwood Mall had operated for 22 years before declining customer traffic and competition from newer retail formats forced it to close. According to newspaper archives from the mall's final years, the accessories and jewelry stores had been among the last businesses to close, hanging on until just weeks before the demolition began. The articles mentioned that several longtime employees had been devastated by the closure, having worked in the mall for most of their adult lives. One article included an interview with Maria Gonzalez, who had managed the jewelry counter at Westwood Mall for 18 years. She described the accessories section as her second home and said she planned to visit the mall one last time before demolition began to say goodbye to the place where I spent the best years of my life. The article was dated March 15, 2003. Maria Gonzalez died in a car accident on March 18, 2003, while driving home from the demolished mall site. Reading that article gave me chills, but it was just one data point. I needed more information to determine if there was actually a connection between the mall's history and the phenomena I was documenting. I started interviewing longtime Houston residents who remembered Westwood Mall, asking about the atmosphere during its final months, and whether anyone recalled specific employees who had been particularly devoted to their work there. What I learned painted a picture of dedicated retail workers who had found identity and purpose in their jobs, who had watched their professional world literally disappear around them. Several people mentioned Maria Gonzalez specifically, describing her as someone who took enormous pride in helping customers find the perfect piece of jewelry for special occasions. She had apparently treated each sale as a personal mission, spending as much time as necessary to ensure customers were completely satisfied with their purchases. She knew every item in that jewelry section, one former customer told me. Every ring, every necklace, every pair of earrings. She could tell you the exact specifications, the best occasions to wear each piece, even which items would complement other jewelry you already owned. Shopping with Maria was like having a personal consultant. Another person described seeing Maria at the mall site weeks after the stores had closed, walking through the empty corridors as if she was still working there. She said she was checking on the inventory, making sure everything had been properly cataloged before disposal. But there was no inventory left. Everything had been removed months earlier. The more I learned about Maria Gonzalez, the more convinced I became that the shadows I was tracking represented her continued presence in the retail space she had loved so much. But I needed proof, something more concrete than temperature readings and motion sensor data. I decided to conduct a direct test of my theory. Working during one of my regular overnight shifts, I positioned myself in the accessories section during the time window when the shadows typically appeared. I brought a portable microphone connected to an audio recorder, hoping to capture any sounds that might accompany the visual phenomena. At 2:47 a.m., the shadows appeared on schedule. I watched them move through the accessories aisle on my portable monitor while standing just a few feet away from where the temperature sensors indicated the presence was located. I couldn't see anything with my naked eyes, but I could feel something. A subtle shift in air pressure, like someone moving close to me. And there was a scent, faint but unmistakable, of the kind of perfume that women of my grandmother's generation used to wear. I activated the audio recorder and spoke directly to where the environmental sensors indicated the presence was strongest. "Maria," I said quietly. "Maria Gonzalez? I know you're here. I can see you on the cameras." The temperature in the immediate area dropped another 3 degrees according to the sensors, but there was no audible response. I tried a different approach. "Maria, are you looking for something specific? Can I help you find what you need?" This time, the audio recorder picked up something that made my hands shake when I played it back later. A whisper, so faint I could barely make out the words. "Where are my customers?" "Your customers," I responded, still speaking to empty air but knowing somehow that I was being heard. "Maria, the mall closed in 2003. This is a different store now." Another whisper, clearer this time. "But they need my help. The young couples looking for engagement rings. The mothers shopping for their daughter's birthday presents. Who's helping them choose the right pieces?" That's when I understood what was happening. Maria Gonzalez wasn't haunting the accessories section out of confusion or unfinished business. She was continuing to work, still trying to serve customers who were no longer there, still attempting to provide the personal service that had defined her professional identity. "Maria," I said gently, "there are other people helping customers now. Good people who care about doing their jobs right, just like you did. But do they know about the amethyst earrings that complement brown eyes? Do they understand which gold tones work best with different skin colors? Do they take the time to learn what each customer really needs?" Her voice was growing stronger, more distinct. On the camera monitor, I could see that the shadow figure had become more defined, almost solid-looking. "They do their best," I told her. "And they learned from people like you. Your work mattered, Maria. The way you treated customers, the care you took in helping them find the perfect jewelry, that legacy continues." The shadow on the monitor seemed to straighten, taking on a more human posture. "I trained several girls over the years," Maria's voice said, now clear enough that I didn't need the audio recorder to hear it. "Jessica, who went on to manage her own jewelry store. Carmen, who started her own accessories business. Did they remember what I taught them about customer service?" "They remembered," I assured her, "and they passed those lessons on to others. Your influence is still helping customers, even though you're not physically here anymore." The temperature readings began to normalize, and the shadow on the monitor started to fade. "Then my work here is complete," Maria said, her voice becoming distant again. "The customers are in good hands." The shadow disappeared entirely, and the environmental sensors returned to normal readings, but I could swear I heard one final whisper. "Thank you for letting me know." That was 6 weeks ago. Since then, the intelligent video analytics system hasn't generated a single alert for unauthorized movement in the accessories section. The overnight camera feeds show nothing but empty aisles and properly secured merchandise. But our customer satisfaction scores for jewelry and accessories purchases have improved dramatically over the past month. Customers consistently praise our staff's knowledge, patience, and dedication to helping them find exactly what they need. It's like Maria's professional spirit has somehow infused our current employees with her approach to customer service. Edward, I know this story sounds impossible. I know that surveillance professionals aren't supposed to believe in ghosts or spiritual phenomena, but I've spent 10 years analyzing video footage, and I know the difference between technical anomalies and genuine unexplained activity. Maria Gonzalez was real. Her presence in our store was real, and her dedication to excellent customer service was so strong that it survived death, demolition, and the construction of an entirely new retail space. I wanted to share her story because I think she represents something important about retail work that often gets overlooked. The employees who don't just process transactions, but who genuinely care about helping customers, who take pride in their expertise and find meaning in service to others. Those values don't disappear when a store closes or when an employee dies. They become part of the culture, part of the legacy that influences how business is conducted long into the future. Maria Gonzalez spent 18 years perfecting her craft, learning everything there was to know about jewelry and accessories so she could provide the best possible service to her customers. When her mall closed, when her physical workplace was destroyed, that expertise and dedication found a way to continue. She wasn't trapped by unfinished business or confused about her circumstances. She was working, still serving customers in the only way she knew how, until someone helped her understand that her work was being carried on by others. That's not a ghost story. That's a story about professional dedication that transcends death itself. I hope other surveillance professionals who might be encountering similar phenomena will remember Maria's story. Not all unexplained activity in retail environments is threatening or malicious. Sometimes it's just dedicated employees who haven't figured out how to clock out. They deserve our respect, our acknowledgement, and our assurance that their work continues to matter. Kevin's voice had grown thoughtful during the final part of his story, and I could hear the quiet hum of surveillance equipment in the background as he spoke from his monitoring station. After our conversation, I did my own research into Maria Gonzalez and Westwood Mall. Everything Kevin had told me checked out. The mall's history, Maria's long tenure there, even the car accident that claimed her life just days after visiting the demolished site. I also found something Kevin hadn't mentioned. In 2019, a jewelry store in Houston won a national award for customer service excellence. The store was managed by Jessica Martinez, who had started her retail career as a teenager working under Maria Gonzalez at Westwood Mall. In her acceptance speech, Jessica credited her success to an amazing mentor who taught me that jewelry isn't just about precious metals and stones. It's about understanding people's dreams and helping them celebrate life's most important moments. Maria's influence, it seems, extended far beyond the grave. The rain's still falling outside the studio, and I can see the first hints of dawn creeping across the horizon. It's 5:53 a.m., and somewhere in Houston, Kevin Rodriguez is watching his monitors, keeping the night shift vigil that protects thousands of sleeping customers and their retail spaces. But now he knows he's not the only one watching. Somewhere in the vast network of cameras and sensors that monitor American commerce, other dedicated souls may still be working their shifts, still serving customers, still upholding the standards of excellence they maintained when their hearts were beating. Maria Gonzalez proved that death doesn't end professional dedication. It just changes the methods we use to express it. Her story reminds us that the best retail workers don't just sell merchandise. They create relationships, share expertise, and find genuine meaning in helping others. That kind of dedication leaves marks on the world. Sometimes those marks show up in customer satisfaction scores, employee training programs, and business cultures that prioritize service over profit. And sometimes, if you know how to look, they show up as shadows on security cameras, still browsing the aisles, still looking for ways to help. This is WNMR Nocturnal Mysteries Radio, and I'm Edward Cronkite. The night shift is ending, but the work continues. And somewhere in the fluorescent-lit corridors of American retail, the legacy of great employees lives on in ways both seen and unseen. We'll be back tomorrow night with more stories from the retail underground. Until then, remember, excellence in customer service is immortal. It outlasts the buildings where it's practiced, the companies that employ it, and even the people who embody it. Maria Gonzalez knows. She's still helping customers, still sharing her expertise, still proving that some jobs are more than careers. They're callings that transcend the boundaries between life and death. Thank you, Maria. Well served. The darkness outside my studio window is absolute now. That deep moonless black that occurs in the hours before dawn, when even the bravest night shift workers begin counting down the minutes until daylight. It's 4:17 a.m., and I've just received a text message that's made my coffee go cold and my hands shake slightly as I type. The message came from a blocked number, just 4 words. Check your secure email. In my encrypted inbox, I found a message from someone identifying herself as M. Washington, Inventory Control. The subject line read, "Evidence attached. Please handle discreetly." Monica Washington, as she later identified herself during our phone conversation, is a 39-year-old warehouse supervisor at the Walmart distribution center on Chicago's South Side. She's worked in inventory management for 7 years, rising through the ranks from entry-level stock clerk to her current position overseeing a team of 12 employees. Monica's job involves tracking thousands of items as they move through the supply chain, from manufacturer to distribution center to individual stores. It's meticulous work that requires attention to detail, patience, and the ability to spot discrepancies that others might miss. But according to Monica, some discrepancies can't be explained by computer errors or misplaced inventory. Some problems require a different kind of investigation altogether. Monica's story begins 3 weeks ago, during a routine weekend shift that she'd volunteered to work in order to catch up on quarterly inventory reports. The warehouse was nearly empty, just a skeleton crew handling essential operations while the main workforce enjoyed their weekend off. But what Monica encountered in the employee break room that night has haunted her ever since. And the photographs she sent as evidence are unlike anything I've seen in 15 years of collecting these stories. Here's Monica's account, as she shared it with me during our 3 a.m. phone call. Edward, I need to start by explaining something about warehouse work that most people don't understand. We deal with blood regularly, not human blood, but the kind that comes from handling meat products, from minor workplace injuries, from the occasional accident with box cutters or machinery. After 7 years in this business, I know what blood looks like when it's fresh, when it's dried, when it's been cleaned up, and when it's been ignored. I know the difference between a safety incident that requires incident reports and a minor mishap that just needs a bandage and some cleanup. What I found 3 weeks ago was neither of those things. I was working late on a Saturday night trying to reconcile some discrepancies in our electronics inventory. The numbers weren't adding up. We were showing 43 tablets received from the manufacturer, but only 38 were recorded as being shipped to stores. 5 units missing, which might not sound like much, but when each unit costs $300, that's $1,500 in unexplained loss. I'd been at it for about 6 hours, cross-referencing shipping documents and computer records, when I decided to take a break. The employee break room is located in the administrative section of the warehouse, separate from the main storage areas. It's a small space with a few tables, a kitchenette, and a couple of office chairs for supervisors who need to do paperwork away from their desks. I grabbed a cup of coffee and sat down in one of the office chairs to review my notes. That's when I noticed something wrong with the chair's backrest. Dark stains on the gray fabric, concentrated around the area where someone's upper back and shoulders would rest. At first glance, they looked like spilled coffee or soda, the kind of stains you'd expect to find on furniture in an employee break room. But the pattern was wrong. Instead of the irregular splashes you'd see from a beverage spill, these stains were more organic looking. Curved lines and odd shapes that suggested something had been pressed against the fabric repeatedly. I got up to examine the stains more closely, and that's when I recognized what I was looking at. Blood. Dried blood, in multiple layers, like someone had been sitting in that chair while bleeding from wounds on their back and shoulders. My first thought was that someone had had an accident, maybe gotten injured while working, and had used the break room chair while waiting for medical attention. But there were no incident reports for any injuries requiring that level of bleeding, and the cleaning staff would have reported and properly sanitized any biohazard contamination. I checked the maintenance logs to see when the break room furniture had last been cleaned. According to the records, the entire area had been deep cleaned just 2 days earlier, including all upholstery and fabric surfaces. But these blood stains were clearly older than 2 days. They had the dark, set-in appearance of stains that had been there for weeks or months. I took some photographs with my phone and was about to report the issue to maintenance when something made me stop. The stains were changing, not dramatically, not like something out of a horror movie, but as I watched, new spots of moisture were appearing on the fabric, small, dark drops that soaked into the gray material and took on the same dried blood appearance as the existing stains. I touched one of the new spots with my finger. It was warm and sticky, with the distinctive metallic smell that blood has when it's fresh. But there was no one else in the break room. No one else in the entire administrative section of the warehouse. I was alone with a chair that was apparently bleeding by itself. I backed away from the chair and looked around the break room, trying to find some rational explanation for what I was seeing. Maybe there was a leak in the ceiling, dripping some kind of rusty water that looked like blood. Maybe the chair's foam padding was deteriorating and releasing discolored moisture. But the ceiling was dry, and the drops were appearing in patterns that matched where a human body would make contact with the chair. Someone's back, shoulders, and head pressed against the fabric as if they were sitting there working. I called my supervisor at home, even though it was nearly midnight on a Saturday. Jim has been in warehouse management for 20 years, and if anyone would know how to handle an unusual situation, it would be him. "Jim, I'm sorry to bother you at home, but I've got a problem in the employee break room. There's blood on one of the chairs, and I think we might need to call a hazmat team." "Blood? What kind of incident are we talking about? Do we need to call an ambulance?" "No ambulance needed, but Jim, this isn't normal. The blood it's appearing on its own, like someone invisible is sitting in the chair and bleeding on it." There was a long pause. "Monica, are you feeling all right? Have you been working too many hours?" I knew how it sounded, but I had to be honest about what I was observing. "Jim, I know it sounds crazy, but I need you to come in and see this for yourself. Something is seriously wrong here." Jim agreed to drive in, and while I waited for him to arrive, I continued documenting what I was seeing. The blood spots kept appearing, always in the same pattern, always warm and fresh when they first manifested. But more disturbing than the blood itself was what started happening to the chair's shape. The cushions began to compress, taking on the impression of someone sitting down. The armrests showed indentations where someone might rest their hands while working, and the backrest. The backrest started showing a clear outline of a human torso, complete with the curved shape of a spine and the broader areas where shoulder blades would press against the fabric. Someone was sitting in that chair. Someone I couldn't see, but who was apparently injured and bleeding significantly. Jim arrived about 40 minutes later, and I led him straight to the break room. But when we got there, the chair looked completely normal. No bloodstains, no body impressions, no signs of anything unusual. Just a standard office chair that looked like it had been recently cleaned. Jim examined the chair carefully, running his hands over the fabric, checking for any signs of moisture or contamination. "Monica, this chair is spotless. Are you sure you were looking at the right piece of furniture?" I showed him the photographs I'd taken on my phone. But when we looked at them, they showed nothing but a normal chair in a normal break room. Whatever I'd captured with the camera didn't match what I'd seen with my naked eyes. "Look, Monica," Jim said gently, "you've been putting in a lot of extra hours lately. Maybe you should take a few days off, get some rest. Warehouse work can be stressful, and sometimes stress can make us see things that aren't really there." I wanted to argue with him, but what could I say? The evidence had vanished, and I had no way to prove what I'd experienced. Jim left, and I tried to go back to my inventory work, but I couldn't concentrate on the missing tablets or the shipping discrepancies. All I could think about was that chair and whoever might be sitting in it. Over the next 2 weeks, I made excuses to check the break room during every shift. Most of the time, the chair looked normal, but occasionally, always during the overnight hours when I was working alone, the bloodstains would reappear. I started keeping a detailed log of when the phenomena occurred, looking for patterns that might help me understand what was happening. What I found was both consistent and disturbing. The bloodstains always appeared between 2 a.m. and 4 a.m. They always followed the same pattern, starting with small spots on the backrest, then spreading to cover larger areas as if someone was settling into the chair for a long work session. And they always appeared on nights when I was working on inventory discrepancies. Nights when I was trying to track down missing merchandise or resolve unexplained losses in our computer system. It was like someone was trying to help me with my work, sitting beside me in the break room, bleeding from wounds I couldn't see while assisting with investigations I couldn't complete. The breakthrough came last weekend, during another late-night inventory session. I was reviewing shipping records for a major discrepancy, nearly $50,000 in missing electronics that had been recorded as received but never shipped to stores. I'd taken a break and was sitting in the break room when the blood stains started appearing on the chair next to mine. But this time, instead of just watching, I decided to try communicating with whatever presence was causing the phenomena. "I know you're there," I said to the empty chair. "I can see the blood. I can see your outline in the cushions. Are you trying to help me with something?" The bloodstains seemed to intensify, spreading faster across the fabric. And for the first time I heard a sound, a low, pained groan, like someone trying to suppress the sound of serious injury. "Are you hurt?" I asked. "Do you need medical attention?" Another groan followed by what sounded like labored breathing, and then very faintly a voice. "The shipment." "Check the shipment records." "Which shipment?" I asked. "What am I looking for?" "October 15th. Electronics. Never left the warehouse." I grabbed my laptop and pulled up the shipping database, searching for electronics shipments from October 15th. What I found made my hands shake. There was a record of a major electronics shipment, $47,000 worth of tablets and smartphones, that had been marked as shipped to various stores. But when I cross-referenced the data with the transportation logs, I found something that didn't make sense. The shipment had been loaded onto a truck at 11:30 p.m. on October 15th, but the truck had never checked in at any of its designated delivery locations. According to the GPS tracking, the vehicle had left our facility and then simply disappeared from the system. "The driver," the voice whispered from the bloody chair. "Check the driver." I pulled up the employment records for Marcus Thompson, the driver assigned to that route. What I found explained everything. Marcus had been terminated 2 weeks after the October 15th shipment for suspected theft. But the termination record showed that he'd been under investigation for several weeks before that date. Internal security had suspected him of stealing merchandise, but hadn't been able to prove it. The missing shipment from October 15th was the evidence they'd needed to build their case. But according to the investigation notes, Marcus had claimed innocence right up until his termination. He'd insisted that the shipment had been delivered as scheduled, and that someone else must have been responsible for the missing merchandise. Marcus was innocent, the voice from the chair said, clearer now. He delivered the shipment. Someone else stole it after it left the truck. How do you know that? I asked. Because I was there. I saw what really happened. The voice was getting stronger, and the blood stains on the chair were spreading faster. But now I could make out more details in the pattern, not just random bleeding, but specific injuries, cuts on the arms and torso that looked like defensive wounds. Who are you? I asked. Daniel Chen. I was a security guard here. Worked the overnight shift. Just like you're doing now. The name was familiar. I'd seen it on the memorial plaque in the main office, employees who had died while working for the company, but I couldn't remember the details of his death. What happened to you, Daniel? I caught them stealing the electronics shipment. 3 people, 2 warehouse workers, and someone from management. They were offloading merchandise from Marcus's truck and replacing it with empty boxes. The bloodstains on the chair were now clearly showing the outline of multiple wounds, cuts on the arms, abdomen, and back that suggested a violent struggle. When I tried to stop them, they attacked me, stabbed me multiple times with box cutters, left me to bleed out in this break room while they finished covering up their theft. But the official records show that Marcus was responsible for the missing shipment because they needed a scapegoat. Someone to blame so the real thieves could stay in their positions and continue stealing. Marcus was an easy target, a driver with no family, no one to advocate for him after he was fired. I felt sick thinking about the injustice. An innocent man had lost his job and his reputation because the real criminals had needed someone to blame for their crimes. The 3 people who attacked you, are they still working here? 2 of them are. The manager was transferred to another facility, but the warehouse workers are still on staff, still stealing, just more carefully now. Daniel's voice was growing weaker, and the bloodstains on the chair were starting to fade. I've been trying to find someone who would listen, someone who could expose the truth. But most people can't see me, can't hear what I'm trying to tell them. I can hear you, Daniel. And I can investigate what you've told me. Be careful, he whispered. They killed me to keep their secret. They won't hesitate to hurt you if they think you're getting too close to the truth. The chair returned to normal, leaving no trace of the bloodstains or the presence that had been sitting there. But I had names now, and specific information that I could investigate. Over the next week, I conducted a careful audit of warehouse operations, focusing on the employees Daniel had identified as being involved in the theft ring. What I found was a pattern of missing inventory that stretched back years, always cleverly disguised and always blamed on drivers or shipping errors. I compiled all my evidence and presented it to corporate security, along with a request that they reopen the investigation into Marcus Thompson's termination. I didn't mention my conversations with Daniel Chen. I knew they wouldn't believe that part of the story, but the evidence spoke for itself. Within 2 weeks, both warehouse workers had been arrested for theft, and the transferred manager was under investigation at his new location. Marcus Thompson was posthumously cleared of all charges, apparently. He died in a car accident 6 months after being fired, devastated by the loss of his reputation and livelihood. The last time I saw Daniel was 2 nights ago. I was working late again when the bloodstains appeared on the break room chair one final time. Thank you. his voice said, much clearer and stronger than before. Marcus's name has been cleared. His family knows he was innocent. I'm glad I could help, I told him. I can rest now. My job here is finished. The bloodstains faded for the last time, and I felt a sense of peace settle over the break room. Daniel Chen had finally completed his final shift, exposing the criminals who had killed him and clearing the name of an innocent man who had been wrongly accused. Edward, I wanted to share this story because it represents something important about workplace loyalty and professional integrity. Daniel Chen died trying to protect company property and expose theft. Even after death, he continued working, trying to complete the investigation that had cost him his life. But more than that, he fought to clear the name of someone he'd never even met, a driver who had been wrongly blamed for crimes Daniel knew he hadn't committed. That kind of dedication to justice, that commitment to protecting the innocent, doesn't end when the heart stops beating. It finds ways to continue, even if those ways are invisible to most people. I don't know how many other retail locations might have similar stories, security guards or loss prevention officers who died trying to expose workplace crimes, who are still trying to complete investigations from beyond the grave. But I hope other warehouse supervisors and managers who encounter unexplained phenomena will remember Daniel's story. Not all workplace mysteries are technical problems or inventory errors. Sometimes they're attempts by dedicated employees to finish the work they started when they were alive. Daniel Chen deserved better than to die alone in a break room, bleeding from wounds inflicted by the criminals he was trying to stop. But he got something almost as valuable: the chance to see justice done, to clear an innocent man's name, and to know that his sacrifice wasn't in vain. That's the mark of a true professional, someone who cares more about doing the right thing than about personal safety or career advancement. The bloodstains are gone now, but Daniel's legacy remains. Marcus Thompson's family knows their loved one was innocent. The real criminals are facing justice, and the warehouse is a safer place because one man refused to let death stop him from completing his final case. That has to count for something. Monica's voice had grown thick with emotion by the end of her story, and I could hear the quiet hum of warehouse equipment in the background as she spoke from her late-night shift. After our conversation, I did extensive research into both Daniel Chen and Marcus Thompson. Daniel's death had been officially ruled as resulting from a workplace accident. He'd apparently been found dead in the break room, with wounds that investigators assumed had been caused by a fall onto broken equipment. The real cause of his death had been covered up by the same people who had killed him. Marcus Thompson's employment record showed exactly what Daniel had described: a driver with an exemplary safety record who had been terminated for theft and died 6 months later in what witnesses described as a probable suicide. But there was one more detail that Monica hadn't mentioned. 3 weeks ago, the same night Monica first encountered Daniel's presence, corporate security received an anonymous tip about irregularities in the warehouse inventory system. That tip led to the investigation that ultimately exposed the theft ring and cleared Marcus Thompson's name. The tip had been submitted through an internal computer terminal at 3:17 a.m., during a time when the warehouse security log showed no employees were in the administrative area. Daniel Chen had found a way to file his final report. Dawn is breaking outside the studio now, painting the Kansas sky in shades of gold and crimson. It's 5:52 a.m., and across America, the overnight workers are preparing to hand off their responsibilities to the day shift. But some responsibilities transcend the boundaries between shifts, between life and death, between the visible and invisible worlds. Some jobs are too important to abandon, even when they cost us everything. Daniel Chen proved that integrity doesn't end with death. It finds new ways to express itself, new methods of fighting for justice and protecting the innocent. His blood marked that chair not as a sign of defeat, but as evidence of a battle still being fought, a case still being worked, a wrong still being made right. This is WNMR, Nocturnal Mysteries Radio, and I'm Edward Cronkite. The night shift is ending, but the work continues, and somewhere in the vast networks of American commerce, dedicated souls are still fighting for justice, whether their hearts are beating or not. We'll be back tomorrow night with more stories from the retail underground. Until then, remember, integrity is immortal, justice is patient, and sometimes the most important investigations are conducted by those who have nothing left to lose except their honor. Daniel Chen knows. He filed his final report, cleared an innocent man's name, and proved that some badges of responsibility are worn even in death. Well done, Officer Chen. Case closed. Good evening once again, night wanderers. The clock shows 10:15 p.m. and I'm Edward Cronkite, welcoming you back to WNMR, Nocturnal Mysteries Radio. Outside my studio, the Kansas wind carries the scent of approaching winter, and somewhere in that darkness, another voice is calling out, hoping someone will listen to their story. This next account reached me through our station's old-fashioned call-in line, a direct phone number that rings right here in the studio, bypassing all the digital screening and automated systems that most radio shows use these days. Sometimes the most important stories come to us through the simplest channels. The caller identified himself as Derek Patterson, and his voice carried the particular exhaustion that comes from managing people and inventory during the overnight hours. He's 35 years old, been working retail management for 8 years, currently overseeing the home appliances department at a Walmart supercenter in Denver, Colorado. Derek's department is one of those sprawling sections that showcases everything from washing machines and refrigerators to small kitchen gadgets and electronic accessories. During the day, it's busy with customers comparing features, checking prices, and making major purchases for their homes. But at night, when the last customer has left and the overhead lights are dimmed, it becomes something else entirely. According to Derek, it becomes a place where voices from the past echo through modern communication systems, where children's songs mix with static electricity, and where the boundary between the living and the departed becomes as thin as radio waves traveling through empty air. Here's Derek's story, as he told it to me during our 40-minute conversation. Edward, I need to start by explaining how internal communication works in a big-box retail environment. We have this network of two-way radios that allows employees to stay in contact throughout the building. Managers coordinating with stock crews, security checking in with supervisors, maintenance reporting on equipment issues. It's a closed system, encrypted and frequency locked to prevent outside interference. Only company radios can access the network, and every transmission is logged by our central communication hub. It's designed to be completely secure and professional. But about 2 months ago, our radio system started picking up transmissions that don't appear in any official logs. The first time I noticed something unusual was during a routine inventory check in early October. I was working alone in the appliances section, updating our display models and verifying that everything matched our computer record. Standard overnight manager duties, the kind of detailed work that's easier to do when you don't have customers interrupting every few minutes. I had my radio clipped to my belt, volume set low, monitoring the occasional check-ins from other departments. Most nights, the chatter is minimal. Security making their rounds, maintenance reporting on routine issues, maybe someone calling for a price check or inventory verification. Around 2:30 a.m., I was examining a display refrigerator when my radio crackled to life with an announcement I'd never heard before. "Attention all associates," came a voice through the static. "We have a code Adam in progress. Missing child, approximately 4 years old, last seen in the toy department. All available personnel, please assist with search." Code Adam is the retail industry's term for a missing child alert, one of the most serious situations we can face. When a Code Adam is activated, everything else stops until the child is located safely. I immediately radioed back to confirm the alert and ask for more details, but the only response was silence. When I tried to contact our overnight security guard to coordinate the search, he reported that he hadn't heard any Code Adam announcement and wasn't aware of any missing children in the store. "Derek, we're a closed store," he reminded me. "No customers, no children." "Are you sure you heard that transmission correctly?" I was sure, but I couldn't explain the discrepancy. According to our communication logs, no Code Adam had been broadcast. According to our security systems, no unauthorized persons were in the building. But I'd heard that announcement clear as day, coming through my radio with the same clarity as any official transmission. Over the next few weeks, I started paying closer attention to our radio communications during the overnight hours. What I discovered was both fascinating and disturbing. The phantom transmissions always occurred between 2 a.m. and 4 a.m., always involved missing children, and always seemed to be coming from somewhere within our own store's communication network, but they never appeared in the official logs, and none of the other overnight staff reported hearing them. Code Adam, missing child in electronics, approximately 6 years old, wearing red pajamas. Security to housewares. We have a lost child situation, brown hair, blue eyes, answers to the name Emily. All departments, please check your areas for a missing toddler, approximately 2 years old, last seen near the pharmacy. The announcements were always professional, always followed proper Code Adam protocols, but they described children who weren't there, emergencies that weren't happening, searches for kids who'd never been in our store. But the most unsettling aspect wasn't the content of the transmissions. It was what came after them. Once the official code Adam announcement ended, my radio would pick up other sounds. Background noise that shouldn't have been there. Voices that didn't belong to any of our staff. Children crying, small voices calling for their parents. The sound of little feet running across hard floors, echoing through what sounded like empty retail spaces. And sometimes, most disturbingly, the sound of children singing. Lullabies, nursery rhymes, made-up songs that kids create when they're trying to comfort themselves. Always faint, always mixed with static, but unmistakably the voices of young children who were scared, lost, or trying to be brave in frightening circumstances. The singing bothered me more than the crying or the calling for parents. There was something heartbreaking about the idea of children so alone, so frightened, that they were singing to themselves for comfort. I started researching our store's history, looking for any incidents involving missing children that might explain what I was hearing. What I found was a pattern of Code Adam activations stretching back over several years. Real emergencies involving real children who had become separated from their families while shopping. Most of these incidents had ended well. Children found safe, reunited with worried parents, no lasting harm done. But a few cases stood out as more serious, situations where children had been missing for extended periods, or had been found in distressing circumstances. One case particularly caught my attention. 3 years ago, a 4-year-old boy named Timothy Walsh had gone missing from our store during a busy Saturday afternoon. His mother had been shopping for appliances, looking at refrigerators in my department actually, when Timothy wandered away from the shopping cart. The code. Adam's search had lasted over 2 hours. Timothy was eventually found in a storage area behind the customer service desk, apparently having crawled into a small space and fallen asleep. He was physically unharmed, but according to the incident report, he'd been extremely traumatized by the experience. The child appeared to have been crying for an extended period, the report noted. He was singing quietly to himself when found, apparently trying to self-soothe. Parents report he continues to have nightmares about being lost and abandoned. Timothy Walsh, 4 years old, found singing to himself after being lost for 2 hours in our store. The same age as the child in the first Phantom Code Adam announcement I'd heard. I started keeping detailed notes about the radio transmissions, trying to correlate them with the historical Code Adam cases I'd researched. What I discovered was a perfect match. Every Phantom announcement corresponded to a real missing child incident that had occurred in our store over the past 5 years. The ages, descriptions, and last seen locations were identical to the information in our incident reports. But here's what made it even more unsettling. The transmissions were being broadcast in chronological order, starting with the most recent cases and working backward through our store's history of missing children. As if someone or something was systematically reviewing every Code Adam incident we'd ever had, reliving each emergency, re-experiencing the fear and confusion of children who had been lost in our retail maze. The breakthrough came 3 weeks ago, during what turned out to be the most intense transmission I'd encountered. I was conducting my usual late-night inventory when my radio crackled with the now familiar sound of a Code Adam announcement. But this time, the details were different. Code Adam, missing child in housewares, approximately 7 years old, blonde hair, wearing a Disney princess dress. Child has special needs and may not respond to strangers. This is not a drill. Special needs. That detail hadn't appeared in any of the previous Phantom transmissions, and it immediately made the situation feel more urgent, more real. After the official announcement ended, the background sounds began as usual. Crying, calling for parents, the echo of small feet on hard floors. But then I heard something new. A child's voice, clearer than any I'd heard before, singing a lullaby that I recognized from my own childhood. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. The voice was thin and shaky, like someone trying to be brave while fighting back tears. And it was coming through my radio so clearly that it might have been someone standing right next to me. Up above the world so high, like a diamond in the sky. I found myself humming along, drawn into the melody despite the surreal circumstances. There was something about the child's voice, determined but fragile, innocent but wise beyond its years, that touched something deep in my chest. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. The song repeated several times, and with each repetition the voice became clearer, more present. I could hear the child taking breaths between verses, could make out the slight lisp that suggested missing front teeth. Then, between one verse and the next, the child stopped singing and spoke directly. "Is anyone there? Can anyone hear me?" My hand was on my radio before I could think about what I was doing. "I can hear you," I said. "What's your name, sweetheart?" "Emma," came the reply, so clear it was like having a conversation with someone in the same room. Emma Morrison, I got lost, and I can't find my mommy. Emma Morrison. I knew that name from my research. A 7-year-old with autism who had gone missing from our store 4 years ago during the holiday shopping season. She'd been found after 3 hours, hiding in a display tent in the camping goods section. Emma, my name is Derek. I work at the store. Are you scared? I don't like the loud noises, she said, and there are too many people. I was trying to find a quiet place, but now I can't find my way back. Can you tell me where you are right now? It's dark. There are lots of boxes, and it smells like new things. I found a small space where I can hide, but I don't know how to get out. She was describing the storage area where she'd been found during the Real Code Adam incident, the same location mentioned in the incident report I'd read. Emma, listen to me. You're going to be okay. Your mommy is looking for you, and there are lots of people helping her. You're not in trouble, and nobody's angry with you. Really? Her voice was small and hopeful. Really? And Emma? You have a beautiful singing voice. That song you were singing, it's one of my favorites. My grandma taught it to me. She said when I get scared I should sing it and think about the stars because they're always there even when I can't see them. My throat tightened with emotion. This child, whether she was a memory, an echo, or something else entirely, was trying so hard to be brave in an impossible situation. Your grandma sounds very wise, I said. Would you like me to sing with you? Yes, please. So there I was, at 3 a.m. in the appliances department of a Denver Walmart, singing Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star through a radio to a 7-year-old girl who had been found safe 4 years ago. We sang together for maybe 10 minutes, her voice growing stronger and more confident with each repetition, and gradually, the fear in her tone was replaced by something else. Comfort, security, the knowledge that she wasn't alone. Derek, she said when we finished the song. Yes, Emma? I think I can see the lights now, the bright lights where all the people are. I think I can find my way back. That's wonderful, sweetheart. You're so brave. Will you remember me? Will you remember that I was here? I'll remember you, Emma. I'll remember your beautiful singing and how brave you were. The radio went quiet for a moment, then crackled back to life with Emma's voice, fainter now, but filled with something like joy. I found her! I found my mommy! She's here and she's crying. But she's not sad crying. She's happy crying. And then the transmission ended, leaving me alone in the appliances department with tears streaming down my face and the echo of a child's laughter still ringing in my ears. That was 3 weeks ago. Since then, the Phantom Code. Adam announcements have stopped. My radio picks up only official transmissions, logged and accounted for in our communication records. But sometimes, late at night, when the store is quiet and I'm working alone among the refrigerators and washing machines, I hear something that makes me smile. The faint sound of children singing, not crying, not calling for help, but singing the songs their grandmothers taught them. The lullabies that help them feel safe and loved. They're not lost anymore. They've found their way home. Edward, I wanted to share Emma's story because it represents something important about how we respond to children in crisis. Emma Morrison was found safe during her Real Code Adam incident, reunited with her family, no lasting physical harm done. But the emotional trauma of being lost, confused, and frightened in a big, overwhelming retail environment had left an impression that lasted years beyond the actual event. Part of her was still in that storage area, still scared and alone, still trying to comfort herself with songs about stars. until someone heard her singing and sang along, until someone acknowledged her fear and reminded her that she was brave and loved and not forgotten. I don't know how many other retail locations might have similar echoes. Children's voices calling out from past emergencies, trying to complete the journey from lost to found, from frightened to safe. But I hope other managers and employees who hear unexplained transmissions on their radio systems will remember Emma's story. Not all phantom communications are technical glitches or equipment malfunctions. Sometimes they're children who need someone to sing with them until they can find their way home. Emma found her mommy. She found her way back to the bright lights and the people who love her. And now, when I hear children singing in the quiet hours of the night shift, I know they're not lost anymore. They're celebrating. They're sharing the songs their grandmothers taught them. They're reminding us that even in the darkest, most frightening moments, there are always stars shining somewhere above us. We just have to remember to look up and sing along. Derek's voice had grown soft and thoughtful by the end of his story, and I could hear the gentle hum of appliance displays in the background as he spoke from his department. After our conversation, I researched Emma Morrison's Code Adam incident. The details matched Derek's account perfectly. A 7-year-old with autism who had become overwhelmed during holiday shopping and hidden in a storage area for 3 hours before being found. The incident report noted that Emma had been singing to herself when she was discovered, apparently using music as a coping mechanism to manage her anxiety and fear. But there was one additional detail that Derek hadn't mentioned. According to a follow-up report filed a week after the incident, Emma's family had contacted the store to share that their daughter had been having nightmares about being lost. But after a few days, the nightmares had stopped, replaced by dreams about the nice man who sang with her. Emma's mother had assumed her daughter was referring to one of the security guards who had participated in the search. The store management had never been able to identify which employee Emma meant. Now we know. 4 years later, Derek Patterson had completed the rescue that had begun during Emma's Real Code Adam incident. He'd provided the comfort and reassurance that had been missing from the official response, helping a frightened child find her way from fear to safety. The sun is just beginning to touch the horizon outside my studio window, painting the Kansas sky in shades of pink and gold. It's 5:58 a.m., and somewhere across America, the overnight workers are preparing to hand off their responsibilities to the day shift. But some responsibilities transcend the normal boundaries of work shifts and employment schedules. Some duties continue long after the official incident reports are filed and the emergency protocols are completed. Derek Patterson discovered that Code Adam procedures are about more than just locating missing children. They're about helping frightened kids find their sense of safety and security in a world that can seem overwhelming and hostile. Emma Morrison needed someone to sing with her, to acknowledge her fear and celebrate her bravery. Derek provided that comfort 4 years after she'd been officially found, proving that some rescues take time to complete. His radio picked up her voice not because of technical malfunction or supernatural phenomena, but because he was the kind of person who knew how to listen for children who needed help, who understood that being found physically is only the first step in the journey from lost to safe. This is WNMR, Nocturnal Mysteries Radio, and I'm Edward Cronkite. The night shift is ending, but the work continues, and somewhere in the vast networks of American retail, caring employees are still helping children find their way home, whether the emergency happened yesterday or years ago. We'll be back tomorrow night with our final story from the retail underground. Until then, remember, when children are frightened and alone, they need more than just physical rescue. They need someone to acknowledge their bravery, to sing their songs, and to remind them that they're loved. Emma Morrison knows. She found her way back to the bright lights, back to her mother's arms, back to a world where stars shine even when they're hidden by clouds. Thank you, Derek. Well sung. Dawn has fully arrived outside my studio window, painting the Kansas prairie in shades of amber and gold. The night is drawing to a close, but before we say goodbye, I have one final story to share with you. One that arrived just 30 minutes ago via a shaky phone call from Atlanta, Georgia. The caller's voice was barely above a whisper, and I could hear the familiar sounds of a retail store in the background, shopping carts being collected, registers being shut down, the quiet conversations of employees preparing to end their shifts. But there was something else in that voice, a trembling that spoke of an encounter so recent, so immediate, that the caller was still processing what had happened. "Mr. Cronkite," she said, "my name is Samantha Hayes. I just got off my shift and I think something just tried to say goodbye to me. I'm sitting in my car in the parking lot right now, and I needed to tell someone before I lose my nerve." Samantha Hayes is 29 years old, been working as an overnight cashier at the Walmart on Memorial Drive in Atlanta for just over 2 years. She's the kind of employee who takes pride in her work, always punctual, always professional, the person you can count on to handle the late-night customers who come in during the weird hours when most people are asleep. But according to Samantha, she's not the only one who's been working the overnight shift at her store. Someone else has been sharing her register, her workspace, her quiet hours behind the checkout counter, someone who's been waiting patiently for the right moment to make their presence known. Here's what Samantha told me, her voice still shaking from what had happened less than an hour before our conversation. "Edward, I need to tell you this while it's still fresh in my mind, while I can still remember exactly how it felt. Because I have a feeling that if I wait too long, I'm going to start doubting what happened, convincing myself it was just imagination or stress or too much caffeine. But it wasn't any of those things. It was real, and it was beautiful, in a way that I can't quite explain." I work Register 12, one of the self-checkout supervisory stations that stays open during overnight hours for customers who need to make purchases after the main store closes. It's usually pretty quiet, maybe a dozen customers throughout the entire 8-hour shift. Truck drivers grabbing snacks, hospital workers picking up toiletries after their shifts, the occasional emergency run for baby formula or medicine. Most nights, I spend more time cleaning and organizing than actually checking out customers. It's peaceful work, restocking bags, sanitizing the scanner surfaces, updating the promotional displays that surround the register area. The kind of routine that lets your mind wander while your hands stay busy. But for the past few months, I've had the growing sense that I wasn't working alone. Nothing dramatic at first, just small things that made me pause and look around. The feeling of someone standing just behind me when I knew the register area was empty. The sense of being watched while I counted down the cash drawer. Occasionally, a whisper of movement in my peripheral vision that turned out to be nothing when I looked directly. I mentioned it to my supervisor once, asked if maybe there were cameras positioned in ways that might cast odd shadows, or if there were any ventilation issues that might create unusual air currents. She just shrugged and said the overnight shift could be lonely, that it was normal to feel like you had company even when you were working alone. But this wasn't loneliness creating imaginary companionship. This was something else, something more specific and intentional. About 6 weeks ago, I started noticing that my register setup would be different when I arrived for my shift than how I'd left it the night before. Small changes, the height of my chair adjusted, the angle of my monitor shifted, supplies organized in ways that were more efficient than how I'd arranged them. At first, I assumed the day shift cashiers were using my station and making adjustments to suit their preferences. But when I asked around, none of them remembered working at Register 12. The station was supposedly reserved for overnight use only. Then I started finding personal items that didn't belong to me mixed in with my supplies. A tube of lipstick in a shade I'd never wear, tucked into the drawer where I kept my pens. A small hair clip with tiny flowers on it, definitely not mine, sitting next to my hand sanitizer. A folded piece of paper with a shopping list written in unfamiliar handwriting, listing items like milk for the baby and birthday candles. Sarah turns 8. I turned the items in to Lost and Found, but they were never claimed. When I asked my supervisor about them, she suggested that maybe customers were accidentally leaving things behind during their transactions. But that didn't explain how these items were ending up in secured drawers that only employees could access. The breakthrough came 3 weeks ago, during a particularly quiet Tuesday night. I'd had maybe 5 customers in 4 hours, and I was using the downtime to deep clean my workstation. I'd pulled out all the supplies from my register drawer to sanitize everything properly. That's when I found the photograph. It was wedged way in the back of the drawer, behind the receipt paper rolls where I never would have looked during normal operation. An old Polaroid photo, the kind with the white border and slightly faded colors that suggested it had been taken years ago. The photo showed a young woman, maybe in her early 20s, standing behind what looked like a checkout counter. She was wearing a Walmart vest and smiling at the camera, one hand resting on the register, the other making a peace sign. Behind her, I could see the familiar layout of a retail store. Shopping carts, promotional displays, the same general environment where I worked every night. But the woman in the photo wasn't anyone I recognized from our current staff. And the photo itself looked like it had been taken years before I'd even started working at the store. I flipped the photo over and found something written on the back in faded blue ink. Melissa's last day. We'll miss you. Love, the night crew. October 2019. Melissa, a name I'd heard occasionally in passing but had never connected with a specific person. One of the managers had mentioned her once, something about a cashier who used to work overnight but had left the company. But I'd never heard the full story. I decided to do some research. I started by asking the longtime employees about Melissa, being casual about it, not wanting to seem like I was prying into company business. What I learned was both heartbreaking and enlightening. Melissa Rodriguez had worked overnight at our store for 3 years, from 2017 to 2019. She'd been one of those employees who genuinely loved her job, took pride in providing excellent customer service, always volunteered for extra shifts, was working toward becoming a supervisor. But she'd also been dealing with some serious personal challenges, a difficult divorce, custody issues with her 8-year-old daughter, financial struggles that made the overnight shift attractive because of the small pay differential. According to the people who remembered her, Melissa had been devoted to her work partly because it provided stability in a life that had become chaotic and unpredictable. The overnight shift gave her a quiet, controlled environment where she could focus on tasks that had clear objectives and measurable outcomes. She used to say that Register 12 was her sanctuary, one of the maintenance workers told me. Her safe space where she could forget about all the drama at home and just concentrate on doing good work. Melissa had died in October 2019, just a few days after the photo in my drawer had been taken. Not at work. She'd been killed in a car accident while driving home from her shift, struck by a drunk driver at an intersection just 2 miles from the store. The photo I'd found had been taken during her farewell party, organized by the night crew when they learned she was planning to transfer to day shift to better accommodate her daughter's school schedule. She never got the chance to make that transfer. Learning about Melissa explained the items I'd been finding, the adjustments to my workstation, the sense of someone sharing my space. She wasn't haunting Register 12. She was still working there, still taking care of the station she'd loved, still trying to provide the excellent customer service that had defined her time with the company. But understanding what was happening didn't make the experience any less intense. If anything, knowing that I was sharing my workspace with someone who had died made every unexplained occurrence more meaningful, more emotionally charged. I started paying closer attention to the changes in my workstation, looking for patterns that might help me understand what Melissa was trying to communicate. What I found was that she seemed to be improving my setup, making my work more efficient, helping me provide better service to our overnight customers. The chair height adjustments put me at the perfect position to operate the scanner without straining my back. The monitor angle eliminated glare from the overhead lights. The supply organization made everything I needed easily accessible during busy periods. Melissa was training me, sharing the expertise she'd developed during her 3 years at Register 12. I decided to try communicating with her directly. It felt awkward at first, talking to empty air while working alone in a retail store. But I started by simply acknowledging her presence, thanking her for the improvements she was making to our shared workspace. Melissa, if you're here, I want you to know that I appreciate everything you're doing to help me. The way you've organized the supplies makes my job so much easier. I didn't expect a response, but I immediately felt a change in the atmosphere around Register 12. Warmer, more welcoming, like the difference between working alone and working alongside a supportive colleague. Over the next few weeks, I developed a routine of talking to Melissa during the quiet periods of my shift. I'd tell her about the customers I'd helped, ask for advice about challenging situations, even share details about my own life, my goals, my worries, the small victories and defeats that make up the everyday experience of working overnight retail. And gradually, I began to sense responses, not voices or dramatic manifestations, but subtle changes that suggested someone was listening and reacting to what I shared. When I mentioned that I was having trouble with a difficult customer who came in regularly and was always rude and demanding, I found a small note the next night tucked under my keyboard. Kill them with kindness. They're probably going through something hard. Written in the same handwriting I'd seen on the shopping list. When I expressed frustration about a new company policy that seemed unnecessarily complicated, my register settings were adjusted the next shift to make the process as streamlined as possible. Melissa had apparently figured out workarounds that made compliance easier. When I mentioned that I was worried about my daughter starting middle school, a small gift appeared in my drawer. A keychain with a tiny graduation cap charm, along with a note that said, "From one mom to another, they grow up so fast, but they're stronger than we think." Melissa wasn't just sharing my workspace, she was mentoring me, providing the kind of support and guidance that every employee deserves, but that's often missing in large retail environments. But what happened this morning was different from all the previous interactions. More direct, more personal, more final. I was completing my end-of-shift routine, shutting down the register system and preparing to hand over to the day shift manager. It had been a typical night. A few customers, some restocking, plenty of time to clean and organize. As I was logging out of the point of sale system, I felt something that made me freeze in place. Warm breath on the back of my neck. Not cold like in all the other stories I've heard about supernatural encounters, but warm. body temperature warm, like someone was standing directly behind me and had leaned close to whisper something in my ear. But there was no whisper, just that gentle, steady breathing, close enough that I could feel it stirring the hair at the base of my neck. I didn't turn around immediately. Something told me to wait, to let whatever was happening play out naturally. The breathing continued for maybe 30 seconds, and during that time, I felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude and affection directed toward me. It was like receiving a hug from someone who cared deeply about my well-being, someone who wanted me to know that I was valued and appreciated and not alone. When I finally did turn around, the area behind my register was empty, exactly as I had expected. But my computer monitor was displaying something that shouldn't have been possible. The point-of-sale system had been shut down, completely logged out, screen dark. But now it was showing a single line of text in bright green letters against a black background. "Thank you for everything, Samantha. See you next Saturday. M." The message stayed on the screen for maybe 10 seconds before the monitor went completely dark again. When I tried to turn it back on, it functioned normally, showing the standard login screen with no trace of the message I'd seen. But I knew what it meant. Melissa was saying goodbye, acknowledging our partnership, letting me know that she appreciated the way I'd taken care of Register 12 and the customers we'd served together, and she was promising to return. "See you next Saturday. My next overnight shift, my next opportunity to work alongside the best mentor I've ever had." Edward, I wanted to share this story because it represents something important about workplace relationships and professional legacy. Melissa Rodriguez died 3 years ago, but her commitment to excellent customer service, her knowledge of efficient work processes, and her caring approach to mentoring new employees didn't die with her. She found a way to continue contributing, to keep sharing her expertise, to provide the kind of support and guidance that every overnight worker needs, but rarely receives. I don't know how many other retail employees might be sharing their workspaces with former colleagues who refuse to abandon their posts. But I hope anyone who encounters unexplained improvements to their work environment, unexpected acts of kindness, or the sense of being watched over by someone who cares, will remember Melissa's story. Not all workplace spirits are trapped or confused or angry. Some are mentors who have found a way to continue the work they loved, to keep helping the people who came after them. Melissa taught me that Register 12 wasn't just a workstation. It was a sanctuary where people could find stability, purpose, and the satisfaction that comes from doing good work well. She's still teaching, still mentoring, still making sure that the customers who come through our line receive the best possible service. And next Saturday night, when I clock in for my shift, I know she'll be there waiting, ready to continue our partnership, ready to share whatever wisdom she's discovered during another week of watching over the store we both love. That's not something to be afraid of. That's something to be grateful for. Thank you, Melissa. See you Saturday. Samantha's voice had grown stronger and more confident as she told her story, and by the end, I could hear the genuine affection she felt for her invisible mentor. After our conversation, I spent some time researching Melissa Rodriguez. The details of her life and death matched everything Samantha had shared. A dedicated employee, loving mother, victim of a senseless accident just days before she was supposed to transfer to a schedule that would give her more time with her daughter. But I also found something else. Our Atlanta Walmart, where Samantha works, has had the highest customer satisfaction scores for overnight service of any store in their district for the past 2 years. Customers consistently praise the helpfulness, efficiency, and genuine care they receive during late-night shopping trips. According to the district manager I spoke with, it's like they have an angel watching over that night shift. Everything runs smoothly, customers are happy, and employee satisfaction is through the roof. Whatever they're doing there, I wish we could bottle it and distribute it to every store in the company. If only he knew. The sun is fully up now, casting long shadows across the Kansas prairie and marking the end of another overnight journey through the hidden corners of American retail. It's 6:18 a.m., and across the country, the night shift workers are clocking out, heading home to rest before they return to do it all again. But they're not really alone in those vast, empty stores. They're working alongside the dedicated souls who came before them, who loved their job so much that death couldn't make them abandon their posts. Mike in electronics, guided by colleagues who understood the loneliness of overnight work. Linda behind the customer service desk, helping elderly spirits find the peace they deserved. Carlos in maintenance, protected by Maria Santos, who continues to watch over her building's safety systems. Steve in the dairy section, who helped Tommy Brennan complete his final shift. Tina in the warehouse, who danced with Isabella's dreams of helping women feel beautiful. Brian in the parking lot, who released Richard Valdez from his endless patrol. Jenny in the stockroom, still receiving messages of encouragement from Sarah Torres. Alice collecting shopping carts, comforting the invisible children whose tears had been stored in metal and plastic. Kevin in the surveillance room, who helped Maria Gonzalez understand that her work lived on. Monica in the warehouse, who ensured that Daniel Chen's final investigation brought justice for the innocent. Derek with his radio, who sang lullabies with Emma Morrison until she found her way home. And now Samantha, at Register 12, mentored by Melissa Rodriguez, who discovered that death doesn't end professional dedication. It just transforms it into something deeper, more enduring. These aren't ghost stories, night owls. These are love stories. Stories about people who cared so deeply about their work, their colleagues and their customers, that they found ways to continue serving even after their hearts stopped beating. They remind us that every job, no matter how humble it might seem, has the potential to be a calling. That every workplace, no matter how mundane, can become sacred when filled with people who genuinely care about what they do and whom they serve. The overnight shift workers of America, the stockers and cashiers, the security guards and maintenance crews, the managers and supervisors who keep our retail world functioning while we sleep. They're not just employees punching time clocks. They're guardians of our commercial spaces, keepers of the machinery that feeds and clothes and supplies our communities. They're the unsung heroes who ensure that when we need milk for our children or medicine for our families or a birthday gift for someone we love, those things are available. And when their watch ends, when their time in the visible world is complete, some of them choose to continue serving in ways we can barely perceive, still stocking shelves, still helping customers, still training new employees, still protecting the places and people they care about. This is Edward Cronkite, signing off from WNMR, Nocturnal Mysteries Radio. The night is ending, but the work never stops, and somewhere in the fluorescent-lit corridors of American commerce, dedicated souls continue their shifts, whether we can see them or not. We'll be back next Saturday night with more stories from the retail underground, more voices from the spaces where the living and the departed work side by side. Until then, remember, if you're working the overnight shift, if you're walking empty aisles or manning lonely registers, you're not alone. Someone is watching over you, Someone who understands the weight of responsibility you carry, the dedication you show, the service you provide to strangers who will never know your name. They see you, they appreciate you, and when your shift ends, they'll make sure someone else is ready to take your place. The watch continues. The work goes on. And the best employees never really clock out. They just change the ways they contribute to the world. Thank you for listening, Night Wanderers. Sweet dreams, and see you next Saturday. This is WNNMR, where the mysteries never sleep, and neither do we. Good morning.